Alrighty. Greetings, everybody. We're going to try this again. And hopefully with 100% less issues. I don't know what was going on with OBS, but I'm glad I did what I did. So this first half hour of the stream is going to get pretty darn crunchy, and then after that, it should even back out. But welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm Coin, and I will be your host on this journey. I will be your tour guide, and I will be your non-navel gazing, but instead the sky gazing, note-taking extraordinaire that will show everyone all the cool things that you can do in Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, I would like to thank MonkeyFunk4D, Mr. Owen Darcy, and Michael DS for their continued subscriptions. I would also like to thank Rasby for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over at Coffee. And while we don't have any one-off donations, I would like to thank people who have made the one-off donations or have used Patreon memberships in the past. Now, with that said, let's play the camera minigame, shall we? Okay. Just get this right over here, kind of like this. Okay. So, I got things to tell you guys in terms of what happened off camera. And of course, we also have bookkeeping. Let's start with the teeny bit of bookkeeping I need to do. I did put the when are we gonna do Terrytown up to a vote. And I have been monitoring the results over the past 2 days. I decided I would conclude this when there were votes beginning to drop for some crazy reason. So, everyone wants me to do it as soon as humanly possible. So I'm going to do it as soon as humanly possible. It's just that we're already here at the lab. So I'm going to at least see what Robbie wants us to do. And then if it's going to take us more than like a few minutes to do, you know, we can head over. We'll fly out to Terrytown, get the thing everyone really wants me to have, along with the tower map, and then we can go from there. Other than that, off-screen stuff. I've made weapons. A couple of them broke, and we are missing 2, but I have been keeping up to date with our weapons. I have been steadily trying to farm lots of different things. I even got a chance to get some baked or blackened goods. I also spent down our crystallized charges. I picked up a ton of batteries, mainly is what I spent it on. And I farmed up 400 POs for what will probably be another, another armor piece that we're going to get given if we find another bargainer statue. I made sure I had stuff on hand today. In addition, I'm pretty sure... Let me see, where did I mark this? Oh, you know what? I don't think I did mark it. Okay, no, I thought I had marked something. Guess not. Anyway, now it's time to recap what happened last time. Last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we went into Hateno Village. We did a bunch of, like, cave cleanup before that. We cleaned up a lot of the bubble frogs that we were missing. We have 49 bubble gems now. But then after that, we did, in fact, go into Hateno Village and discovered that Cece, CC line fashion was a bit more complicated than just, oh, someone's making new clothes. We discovered that there's actually a little bit of a political competition brewing as a result of our stepping in and talking to CC. So now we're in the middle of one giant mess. We also got to see CC's late night habit of eating simple vegetables. We went to the school. We tried to teach kids about history. That didn't really work. We've got so caught up in the village, actually, that we didn't even get to see it all. So we're going to rectify that today, along with the lab and, again, Terrytown. I have no idea how I'm going to handle the fact that we have a region that's probably going to be over here revealed, and we have, like, other stuff not revealed yet. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but that's going to be me taking a week to figure things out. My apologies, Mr. Jason. I just wanted to get all that off my chest first. Welcome on in, good sir. I hope you've been doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've probably been a very busy chap today, given some things that were being discussed in the TCC. That's as much as I'm going to say about that, because it's private business. But I figured you've probably spent today being busy. Would that be accurate? Mr. Jason goes on to say, I agree. There is much room to still explore in Hateno. Bright and early with the jokes. Yes. Okay, and nothing on YouTube. All right. But first, we gotta not stand on ceremony. What do you want with a whole old man like me? I might not seem busy to you, but taking care of the cuckoos that Tamana left in my care is a big part of my day. I thought I'd help her out a bit now that her husband's gone to do his part over at Lookout Landing. Every day I take the cuckoos up on a walk up the hill to here. This laboratory is mostly used by a pair of researchers, Purah and Robbie. Nobody used it for a long spell, but now it seems Robbie's back. About that, TotK. Better find where I put those earplugs. Well, let's come on in and check out this dingy little lab we have here. Let's just poke around here. I thought for a second there was like some other bit of music coming in, but I guess not. Nothing here. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be, oh, it's just a remix. All that extra is a remix. Okay. Ah, what a fine afternoon. Hey, you. The Purah Pad laboratory is ready for us to do some great things together. First, let's get that sensor up and running. Come on, let me see that Purah Pad. This will only take a moment. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. The sensor reacts when you are close to shrines of light that you have not yet visited. If you head in the direction where the reaction is strongest, you should find the shrine. Now this sensor will make a sound if there are shrines near you. Oh, it even comes with cool sound effects. Oh, he said dunzo. Okay. All right, now that I've installed that sensor for you, how about you walk around the lab to test out how it reacts? Hey you, where are you going? We need to finish testing your new sensor. Come back here, will ya? But it was literally telling me... that there was... Okay, fine. We're still testing out that sensor, so hold off on the rushing around for now. Just walk in the direction you're moving when you hear the sensor react. What's this? The sensor that I installed on your Purah Pad is reacting to something right here and now. It reacts when you're moving towards a shrine. The sensor must be detecting a shrine down that slope down the slope in front of the lab. Is there really one that close by? There must be, because my creations are perfect, unless they get broken in some way. What are you? Is it Farnsworth? Goodness, I was coughing and laughing at like the same time. Mr. Jason says you did that dupe glitch in the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Nintendo Switch 2 edition, where you saved the game, sent 10 diamonds to Zelda notes, and then reloaded the save to get all of them back. But now I'm thinking that it isn't worthwhile, as 10 diamonds are only 5,000, and you need at least 100,000 rupees to fully upgrade. 100,000 rupees to fully upgrade all the armors. Are you're not kidding, right? I presume that's not a joke. Insert how much you want for that bike from Pickasprey. You never kid, Mr. Joke. Mr. Coin. My mind is mush. That literally mushed my mind a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. The fact that I flipped two words around like that. And this is after my working on a second cup of coffee. $100K, huh? Man, I thought it wasn't going to be quite that expensive, but you know what? I guess I'd better get busy over the week that I'm going to be at the client job if I want to be anywhere halfway toward that, or even a quarter of the way toward it. Now, why don't you go check down that slope in the direction that the sensor was indicating? Oh, now you're going to let me leave. It's literally saying right here. Let's not use an expensive bow. I think it wants us to go in this cave because there's probably a shrine here. So some caves, from the way that I'm looking at things, are gonna be like pre-explored for us, just based on the fact that we have to go there. Like we actually have like mandatory caves we gotta complete. Definitely want to use the rock camera here. So I think I've broadened my utility weapons to include axes for chopping up logs, a crate buster, because I've discovered that even though I could drop the crates, right? I could drop metal and wooden crates. I prefer smashing them with a big blunt instrument. It's just faster that way. So as a result, I've started packing one as well. And then I've got a variety of elemental rods. Like, I always consider those utility weapons for the most part. Really? Is this just a blessing? Why? This is kind of... This is... Okay. Can I say that this is not worth a blessing? This is the two-handed variant. Okay. We could probably put a ruby on top of that one. An excerpt that you have found on Tears of the Kingdom. This comes out to 78,280 rupees in total if you want to be a completionist, on top of a ludicrous number of gems, resources, and monster parts. Man, you know... What's the game? There's a YouTuber that who goes by Marsh. He covers this. Majin Tensei. He's like a Shin Megami Tensei enthusiast. But he's also done some other stuff. like Tuhu and Shin Megami Tensei crossovers, earlier Persona titles, and some like old cryptic Japanese horror games done through like old RPG Maker archives and stuff, or even some like mobile entries. Yeah, there's a little known entry called Majin Tensei, and no, it's not Majin Tensei. It's oh my god, I'm forgetting it. The Last Bible special. It's a spin-off of The Last Bible. That's a wizardry clone, or basically it tries to be a wizardry clone. So wizardry is known for like random gimmicks, or like gimmicks that operate on random chance, along with being a dungeon crawling party builder. Really, really hard game. You could spend months on a game like that. But Majin Tensei is like a second one. Yeah, the devs really do be saying, hey boy, if you want to beat this game fully for your audience, you need to spend 8 months, 10 months, a year on this game. Or, you know, many hours that I'm sure could definitely go towards other purposes. It's what I signed up for. I can't be that upset. And again, I'm about to get a week where even though I have a lot to do, right? The client job is actually not all that difficult. And for the most part, as long as I'm, you know, feeding the dogs and the cat at certain hours, I'm checking the mail between certain time intervals. If the power gets a bit fritzy or the freezer like acts up, I plug those back in. I empty the auto litter and you know, do some cleaning before they get back, or periodically as needed. I'm actually kind of free to like nap throughout the day or do things I want to do too. My clients are fairly nice to me like that, and I much appreciate it. I need 100 star fragments. Hate that. I hate that a lot. It could be worse. I don't know if it's just me. Also, I guess we should probably make sure we've looked at the other exit, right? Because there was a path out I could have gone from here. So let's do that. Okay, good. Hopes to see Shiny today? We both do, I'm sure. Oh, that's probably that star-shaped island above us right there. Yeah, I can see it. Maybe we can add that to the list of things to do today. You know, not specifically that one, right? There are a couple I want to check out, but we have the machines to do it. I've also ground up a pretty significant number of charges and large charges, and I'm going to be grinding up many more of those over the coming week. Definitely going to be doing that. So with any luck, we'll have somewhere between 30 or 40 large charges, or many, many, many devices. I'm not sure which yet. Or both. Why not both? Did I find the shrine? I did find the shrine. My design of the sensor is beyond perfection. Just listen to its sounds and you'll find your way to that nearby shrine. Already done. What? You found it? I'd expect nothing less from you. Anyway, how about that sensor? Handy, huh? I'd expect nothing less from me. You dare attack me? Oh, Crispin Freeman, what I would give to have some of your sound bites available. Maybe I definitely need to write that down for later, because Crispin Freeman is an amazing VA. And he also, like, does audio direction for a lot of games now. He's pretty good at what he does. Mr. Jason says, I can confirm that the dupe glitch works. I had 18 diamonds. You sent 10 to Zelda Notes Reloaded to go back to the 18 diamonds. And you've withdrawn those 10 diamonds and now have 28 diamonds. Can you do more in one sitting than just 10? Or, can you only do 10 at a time? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I told you guys, first hour was going to be a bit crunchy. Because of how, what happened during the first half hour, or what essentially took me a half hour to fix. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so, please follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Or both. Do both. Definitely both. And make sure those notification bells are on. Mr. Jason says, just 10 of any item and then you wait 24 hours. Okay, got it. So there is a hard limit on that. Good, good. So at least it's not too cheaty. That would be strange if it could be real super cheaty. Like way more than 10. But that's about as much shilling as I want to do there. We do take commercial breaks. It's mostly for the folks on Twitch so that there's not a whole bunch of pre-roll, doing weird things. I gotta, like, fix a dock here or try to fix a dock. Yeah, the dock's acting super weird. But we do take 3-minute commercial breaks at the top of every hour. They are automated. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand part of the screen. When that timer is over, we'll pick right back up where we left off. I usually get up and stretch during this time, so I definitely recommend that you guys find something you actually want to do during those 3 minutes. Because I promise watching ads for the most part is not among them. I really do genuinely believe that. The commercial break will be here, will be done and gone, before you guys know it. So I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me today, and I look forward to minting out good content today. Mr. Jason says, I have just sent 10 star fragments, so you're on your way to 27. Nice. Well, I've told you what you need to know about that sensor, but I fear it's gone in one ear and out the other. So, hang on a minute. Why do you assume that's correct? Robbie. Okay, the details look correct, and I'll post it right here. Yes, very good. Here you go, the operation instructions for the sensor. Now you can review the sensor feature anytime you want. Just read that poster there. Now you begin to see the true potential of the Purah Pad, but I'm nowhere near done yet. I created new features for that device while I was waiting here for you. Yes, I whipped up some prototypes of these extra features and can get them on your Purah Pad anytime. That is, with some help from you. Getting some final data I need in order to activate them perfectly. Let's talk if you want those upgrades. Enjoy that sensor. A taste of great things to come. Until then. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today, both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You mentioned that this was another reason to visit Akala, and we will visit Akala. You've got my word on that. That, in fact, depending on how these quests shake out, that may be what we're off to do next before we come back in and try to wrap things up with Hateno Village. Mr. Jason says, Just 10 days of that and you have your 100 star fragments, and it doesn't take too long to do the manual save, deposit, and load. Yeah, I would imagine so. Nice. Robbie installed the sensor which detects shrines. He said he's created even more features for your Purah Pad. Speak to him anytime you'd like to learn more. Let's do that now. That was a very vicious hey. Well, I do want to thank you for, stopping by, because I know you have to go very soon, Mr. Shiny. Thank you for any amount of visitation at all. If I don't see you the rest of the day, I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And rest well, my lovely senator. I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. I guess I thought I was late, for sure. And maybe I might have been a little bit late. I had to do a logistics check-in about Saturday this weekend. Because even though I'm at a client job, I've also got a hangout with IRL friends that I'm going to have to, try to manage at the same time. So, That's gonna be fun. Welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you so incredibly much. Let me double check YouTube. You've left the mandatory like. Thank you, Mr. Shiny. And yeah, see you hopefully soon. Likewise, good sir. And with that, let's stop staring at Robbie's face, shall we? Hey, you. We have more work to do. Your Purah Pad is nowhere near its full capability yet. The Purah Pad will be even better after I add some extra features. Those include the most essential one, the Travel Medallion feature that lets you set up gates for instant travel anywhere. There's also Hero's Path mode. It shows where you've traveled. Finally, Sensor Plus, which helps you find more than shrines. Your Purah Pad will be perfect once I've installed all of these. But first, I'll need you to gather some test data so I can fine-tune my prototypes. So, let's get to work on that pad. At Robbie. But does the Purah Pad make you a cup of tea? That's the important question. Kappa. It is an important question. It even looks like it could make a cup of tea. I mean, we got a literal picture of it right there. You could just, if you just, instead of the 3 little eyelash spokes in front of the eye, you just added like a spigot or spout extension. You could probably pour some good tea. Or why stop at tea? Kombucha, coffee, juice. Beverages on the go, tasty. Even you could even have like a little bit of a extension, or like you can set up an adapter on it, and you could add like a not a full-blown juicer, but something that will pulverize fruit or vegetables for you for juicing later in some other method. I could go for some good juice. Some raspberry juice in specific, or pomegranate. So let's get to work on that pad. Just talk to me anytime you like to get started on any of these. Travel Medallion. The Travel Medallion feature is quite exceptional. It lets you travel instantly to a gate you've established elsewhere. But we're going to have a little bit of an extra challenge with all this. Mr. Jason says this is the land of magic after all. It is. It definitely is. Come now, give me your Purah Pad for a moment. Look here, in distant Akala, up in its northeastern corner, is the Akala 8. It's there. Hold on. Why won't it let me... Okay, I'll have to read that over again when we're not viewing a map. Is the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, which is also my home. That's where my prototype of the Travel Medallion feature is. I started work on it back there. In distant Akala, up in its northeastern corner. Okay, I missed words there. I'd go get it myself, but word is that some dangerous trespassers have made themselves at home there. That's why I'd like to have you, with all your great talents, go there and fetch my Travel Medallion prototype. To speed this journey along, well, the return journey anyway. Where was that again? Aha! Here it is. Here it is. Sorry, this is more of a bop than I thought it'd be. Mr. Jason says, hey, this dupe glitch doesn't get patched. I would say that is alone worth the money for the upgrade. Indeed. To people that don't have any kind of qualms with Nintendo, or have already pre-ordered anyway, go ahead, enjoy the upgrade. I hope everybody that has had a pre-order or doesn't have a scruple against Nintendo currently enjoys their console. I would look particularly hypocritical if I saved money for a Nintendo Switch 2. And I have many more PC games that I'm way more interested in the first place. But that's me. Mr. Jason didn't upgrade The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, he didn't? Interesting. That choice is, you know, largely up to you. Mr. Jason bought the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Right, sorry. If I said, no, I didn't say upgrade, but I know we were talking about the upgrading to the experience. Yeah, you bought the new game. I totally get that. That's fine. I'm still having to counterbalance my own point of view with the audience I've cultivated. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I wanted it all on cartridge. Smart man. I don't know how I'm gonna operate if I do, for whatever reason. Or, let's say Nintendo does like a nice big reversal. They get rid of their maniac CEO that's having them, is like pushing these policies they're coming up with like crazy. If they get rid of him and they replace him with someone that's better and actually cares about us gamers, then my opinion, gone. Now, I'll take it back. But until then, until they fix, until they reconcile with the audience that they've alienated, like myself, not if I can avoid giving Nintendo a cent, I will. Also, I'm too broke to do that anyway. Mr. Jason says, if you recall correctly, you got all armors in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild to 4 stars. I did too. All of the non-amiibo ones, anyway. It was a pretty arduous journey, and I had a lot of off-screen grinding to do, but it was worth it. And a little bit of on-screen grinding. But I have the footage for that. I need to actually edit it down and publish it on YouTube. I may try to maybe get, you know, some IRL friends to help me, you know, mark some timestamps on where I should make some cuts to, like, make it easier. I don't know. It's getting harder for me to edit things, and I don't know why. I really have to sit down with myself and ask myself why, I'm so either heavily disinterested in editing something, or why every time I get a good rhythm going with editing content, something happens and it just completely jostles the rhythm. I really, truly don't know. Okay, I'm gonna like... There we go. I've gotten... okay, figured it out. Sorry. Definitely all over the place. Let's stop staring at Robbie. I've activated a travel gate outside this lab. Now you can get here instantly, if not faster. You'll need to make your own way to the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, however. You'll find the travel medallion prototype in a chest beside my desk there. Should be easy enough to find. Mr. Jason says, now you want to double check those armors? Want to hear anything else about my inventions before you rush off? Your Purah Pad will grow to its full potential with these extra features. Maybe later. What? You're leaving already? Well, keep in mind that your Purah Pad can be truly perfect. And then you'll develop a feature and that it'll no longer be perfect. Absolutely wild. Okay, I thought for sure I saw like a robot back here. Am I incorrect about that? No, there's a model right there. I wonder if Cherry ended up getting scrapped for whatever reason. Well, hopefully, you know, those armors are truly upgraded as you probably have wanted them to be. That would be a problem if you perhaps ran into issues. If you could watch coin stamp content on a Purah Pad, then and only then will it be truly perfect. Yeah, I suppose. Any kind of diary? Yeah, there's a diary. Oh, but it wasn't the diary I thought it was? Interesting. I grew frustrated with being treated like a child, so I resumed my age booster experimentations in earnest. The anti-aging device reversed more than 100 years in an instant, so I reflected that result and moderated the output. When I cautiously exposed myself to its rays, I returned to my 20-year-old form just as I had hoped. Success! I'm so happy that I can once again reach high places without using a jetpack. My 20-year-old body doesn't suffer from sleepless nights researching, and what's more, my skin is perfect. No complaints. 3 volumes of my diary are hidden away now. I'll place the last one at the northeastern edge of Akala. The lab there is perfect for hiding things. It's such a remote location. I'm sure no one will ever come across it. I'm willing to bet you keep a copy at Lookout Landing then. All right. Let's suit up for travel, shall we? And that's going to be over like this. Probably. Actually, given how cold that high altitude is, should probably go somewhere else. All right. So, we gotta go up there for Tarrytown anyway, so we might as well add a quick stop at the Akala, the Ancient Tech Lab. We might as well add one over there. Ooh, you know what? I just realized I probably want to be in Sky for that one. I'm gonna have to port again, but that's fine. Mr. Jason says, I can't even remember where the Great Fairies were in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. There was one in the southwestern corner of the Gerudo Wasteland. There was one right outside of the Akala Tower, not that far, just south of Nero Hill. Right over here, there's a pond where one used to be. There was another one. Let's see, would it be... There's a shrine there. I'm trying to remember. There's also a body of water you could like use here. It would have been... okay, so the chasm there, this is where the Great Fairy Fountain would have been, right along here. Yeah, I recognize this ramp. That would have been our way up. Here would have been the old training shrine. Wrap around, there would have been a bloopy you bumped into. Yeah, right around here. Okay. That's probably the first one you find. And then the last fairy fountain, it would have been south of Tarrytown, at this body of water. I remember where all 4 are. First one I mentioned is what would have been like down here somewhere. Underneath the, yeah, it's underneath the Desert Leviathan. That's right. How could I forget? I visited the Great Fairies literally so much that, yeah, I visited them so much that it's impossible for me to forget their locations. I might forget the names, but I would never forget the map placement. You know, even if it required, or especially if I needed to save my own life, I could do that. I did make a cup of hot chocolate. I am going to go get up from my desk real quick and grab that. This is the only other time where I play commercial breaks. is during segments like this. I should be back in about 15 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up that command now. And I'll be back before you know it. My apologies, guys, but I want the hot chocolate. My apologies about that, guys. I had to stir up and finish brewing the hot chocolate, apparently. So that took me an extra 15 seconds. Had to make sure that powder wasn't just sitting at the bottom. And I thought maybe some hot chocolate had spilled on the desk right there. That was going to be really, really unfortunate if that had been the case. Yeah, that's the only other time I played commercial ads, you know, without a timer or anything, is if I have to get up and I think I'm going to be gone longer than 10 seconds. You know, I'll just press 9 and I used to have to type that in. Now I've got a hotkey that's primed and ready to go just for that. I don't even have to waste the moderator's time queuing up a commercial break. But I have that just in case, for whatever reason, I don't have my hotkeys there. So, why don't we? I'm trying to think about where I want to go for that. Let's see. Presenting the travel medallion. The Purah Pad has a feature called the Travel Medallion, which allows you to set a location that you can instantly return to, but the prototype you need to activate this feature was left at the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. It's rumored that the lab has been taken over by intruders. Yeah, that's... You wouldn't... I guess you wouldn't have seen Jaren there at Lookout Landing if it weren't for the fact that the home is quite literally occupied. So I guess that makes sense. We're going to track this then. And we can even track a... No, we can't. All right, but that's fine. We literally can just point to it on our map and kind of go from there. All right, let's get a high altitude device out of here, shall we? And I'm trying to think about whether or not I want to use a hover bike to get there, or if we want to, maybe do something else. But I know we want to make actual aircraft, which is the whole reason we're like heading out here and doing this, that, and the other. So we might as well do a couple things all at once. Okay, so let's fuse what we need to fuse, shall we? Okay, what devices do we have? 5, 6, and a control stick or a steering stick. We'll build one of these lovely things. And you know what? I think I'm gonna upgrade this to use 6 big batteries. I'm gonna see if we could staple these onto the fans. I don't think we're gonna be able to do that, but I'm gonna bloody well try. Think we might run into the fuse limit if we do that. And then we'll save this as like a favorite somehow. Yeah, in fact, we actually need to... That is not correct. Just like this. Stick it on the side. This is for nice, long trips. And how many favorites do we have? Okay, we've got what I call the Big Ben's traveling package. We can use this if we want to go super far forward. Yeah, just I worry that we're definitely going to be well on our way toward falling off this thing. This is nice. I can actually... Oh, there's like a rightward tilt though. I don't know why that is. This should have been counterbalanced, but maybe not. Mr. Jason says you found them now. Nice, nice. Yeah, if I take my hand off this, I am gonna be... we're gonna be heading toward Lanayru instead of Akala, and I don't want that. We can actually, you know, as the battery packs sort of deplete, we could probably actually use these to get up to these large islands that we had wanted to cross earlier. This is going to be nice. And hopefully we shouldn't be, you know, gone too long. Welcome on in, Lucas Soccer. It's been quite a bit since I've last seen you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today. Why are we tilting right for... Nothing changed between when I last built this. Nothing changed at all. But you just got back from vacation? Welcome back. Hopefully it went well. Hopefully you're well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. The last time you saw the stream was a bit after you completed the Wind Temple. So what did I do while you were gone? Glad you asked. Lucas Soccer, after Wind Temple, we cleaned up the caves and other sorts of things in the Heber Mountains. We went and did a bunch of quests. In Lookout Landing, we got exposed to the horned statue. We found the guard's armor set, the pristine copy of it. We gathered enough power to finally defeat the thunder Gleeok, as well as the frost Gleeok. So we have those on farming rotation. We've unlocked a few of the secret caves. We've unlocked many, many, many different places in Sky. We've unlocked a lot of different dispensers, including the very highly sought after steering stick device. And then we went through both West Necluda and the Mount Lanayru region, so the Sahasra and Mount Lanayru regions. Basically completing everything as much as we reasonably can. Oh, and I suppose, I guess since this would have been after Wind Temple, right? We also dealt with Master Koga, and so he's no longer bothering us. So there have been a lot of things that have happened while you were gone, and I gave like a very kind of light to medium, like brisk overview of all that. Now we are on our way to get the travel medallion. We just made it to the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab. We got the sensor unlocked finally. And everybody voted and pretty much decided, hey, you know, now's a great time to go to Akala and get the blasted ability to unfuse things from your weapons and shields. Like, get that unlocked. So we can start making real aircraft and not just holy devices made out of Zonite parts. It's been a real blast. We've also fully upgraded our battery capacity. So now we just have, you know, now we can just exchange crystallized charges for various Zonite devices. It's been great. I would say we really now have gotten very settled into Tears of the Kingdom as a whole. There are plenty of things to work towards, but at the same time, the fact that we've nearly gotten 50% of the Koroks and the not only nearly 50% of the Koroks, but the fact that we've upgraded our battery capacity, we're well on our way to our third stamina wheel. Like, everything is just coming up coin stamp. And I think that's neat. Oh, the shrine will even tell us, or the sensor will even tell us if the shrine is above or below us. That's really cool. So we're going to take a second and unlock this tower. We're going to do that first. I guess that kind of means we're going to be marking Akala as our next region to complete after we finish up with Hateno, or with Mount Lanayru. But yeah, we've been busy. And I think everybody's enjoying the progress we're making. At least I like to think so. I look forward to showing many more awesome things in Tears of the Kingdom, because I know there is a lot to discover, really. What the heck is that? Oh. Oh, one of the lovely scamps made off with the little stand where you put the pad on, huh? Alright. Let's see if we can't fix this little quandary we have here. Huh? Where'd it go? We're gonna set this over here. Ah, the terminal. Mister, you got the terminal back. That flying rascal was the worst. Aracuda are just scary geese. Thanks, that really helped me out. And to carry such a heavy thing on your own, too. I'd have a hard time moving that by myself. Please, mister, would you maybe move the terminal over there for me? You could assist me, Mr. Sawson. I'll repair the terminal once it's in place. Sorry to ask for even more help. It's all good, Sawson. You really helped me out. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. He looks so enthused at the fact that it falls over. My god. Lucas Soccer says, it's great how you have the attention span to grind the game like this, because by now you would have given up. Totally fair. That's totally fair. Tears of the Kingdom is not everyone's cup of tea. You know, I talk about it being a great game, right? And I do stand by that sentiment. But if you're not used to bloated games, right, with like too much to do, quote unquote, you can get lost in a game like Tears of the Kingdom. And when you get lost, the enjoyment kind of stops. Not only that, but I also feel like Tears of the Kingdom definitely suffers from big number got bigger. We're gonna make big number bigger. Let's put bigger number as requirement for achievement, for progress, for upgrades. Is any of it mandatory? No. So you could, upon seeing how much is required of you to do, be like, nope, I'll just do without it. You could, and heck, you know, it's probably really, 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 really hard, but you could probably fight the Demon King after the tutorial, and you get down from Sky. You actually, you know, make footfall. You could probably do that. You could do it in Breath of the Wild. I'm sure you could do it in Tears of the Kingdom, but it's probably 3 or 4 times as difficult. That said, I think I would probably be in a position more closer to yours, Lucas, if I didn't have as much time as I had. Like, if I weren't, you know, doing gig work as basically my way of getting paid, like if I had a grueling 9 to 5, I would not play a game like this. I would actually probably ask people to vote for something else. Or make sure that the options that people voted for, you know, I can reasonably do after a grueling 9 to 5. I would definitely do that. And I know the people that are here for me will understand that. But because I have this time, I get to grind the game out. I wouldn't say so much I've got the attention span for it. I have the patience for it. That's what I think I really have. I have the patience to put up with a lot of BS because it's just a skill that I have to practice a lot in real life, in video games, with people. You get used to waiting out the BS for either whatever truth you're trying to seek, or, you know, for the objective that you're really trying to accomplish. And so for me, the objective with games and streams like this is to, you know, show people the true depth of what they're getting to play. And you have to have patience and persistence, dogmatic persistence with all of that. So all of that exposition to come around and say, thank you for the compliment, Lucas Soccer. Thank you very much for that. That means a lot. I appreciate it. Oh, welcome on in, House Quaker. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you're feeling better today. Thank you, House Quaker. I am feeling better today. It spells terrible news for the 3rd re-recording I have to do on my vlog, but, you know, if feeling better is terrible news, then I will take terrible news all day long. You've come in just in time. We've unlocked the, we're about to unlock the Akala region, or the Akala region map. We are on our way to go get the travel medallion prototype data so that we can move around much, much, much faster. It's going to be a godsend. Hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma. And I guess, you know, in the spirit of Mr. Lucas Soccer's comment, I guess I can open up with a question to everybody. How much grind do you guys feel is too much grind for a video game? Is it, if you have to grind more than a few hours, it's too much grinding? If the grinding is really difficult and it only takes a few hours? If the grinding is not difficult, but instead it's tedious and takes maybe multiple hours, more than like a 3 or 4, or it takes like a month or a week or whatever, just some longer period of time. If it's difficult and long, or, you know, any other combination of metrics for what makes a grind session truly a grind session, where would you guys draw the line? I don't know if I'm capable of drawing the line. To harp on what I told Mr. Lucas Soccer before, and that is, because I do this as a side hustle, you know, I do this to entertain people, and I do it as like something along the side with the real work that I do sporadically. I have a lot of patience, a lot patience of patience for stuff like this. Dawson says, you really helped me out. I'll get the terminal up and running in the Skyview Tower right away. I'm definitely glad I don't have to redo that. I'll tighten this and done. There. That's not going anywhere, even if a monster is real determined. I couldn't have done it without you. I really appreciate it. Oh, we gotta actually activate the thing. Mr. Lucas Soccer says, I love to grind things like quests that always give constant challenges, but things like getting all the Koroks is too much and drives you insane. If I were doing this without an object map, I would definitely find this a lot more tedious. I'm glad there's an object map. I really, truly am. If I had to do this without an object map, you know what do you guys know what I'd be doing? I would have a pilot file. Pilot files, for those in the business of making content, means you have a separate file, or a scouting file, a scouting playthrough, where you just literally thumb around in the game by yourself. No hints, no guides, no extra resources. You're just playing the game. Chugga Conroy is a good example of a content creator that scouts out games he wants to play ahead of time. He often has to scout a game for a year in advance because he also has to write scripts for the things he wants to talk about. It isn't just, you know, me getting a sense of where I want to go. I tried doing this with Breath of the Wild. My first time I had a scout file, that got really annoying. And sometimes I would boot up the wrong file. So I try not to do that. I'm trying not to do that now. But if it were required, or I were wanting to do more of a walkthrough LP series again, then I would have a scout file. I know the protocol I need to engage in order to do something like that. You do have to scout your games ahead of time if you want to make that work. Time for a good sip of hot chalky. Much better. Hello there, Martrell Rames. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I have gotten it correct. Good, 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 good. Hopefully things in your slice of terra firma are doing just fine. You've come in just in time. We have unlocked the Akala Highlands map, and we are on our way to do a couple of things related to the travel medallion and Terrytown. Like, we're going to do all of that today, along with a litany of other things. Martrell Rames says you should watch Mr. A Game. Who's Mr. A Game? I'm going to assume that's a content creator of some sort. What sort of content do they make? And I guess while I have you here, if you don't mind my asking, what level of familiarity or experience do you have with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a relatively new game for you? Have you beaten it once, multiple times, played it partially? I always like to ask new audience members that, as it can help steer conversations that we have about the game as we move forward within it. Now that we have the surface and the sky maps, I suppose next on our list is to hopefully return back to the tower, and I hope our bike is still there. Martrell Rames says, yes, you play Legend of Zelda with Tears of the Kingdom. I will not say no to a mid-air star fragment. Oh, I did not mean to do that. That was my bad. Is this Tears of the Kingdom? Yes, it is Tears of the Kingdom. We're flying around on what used to be a 6-battery hover bike, and we are traveling to and fro doing this, that, and the other. In Breath of the Wild, I would not have the ability to do any of this. We would be traveling by horse, on foot, and probably on our way towards a divine beast of some sort right about now. That's probably what would be happening. Moving back over to Twitch, Lucas Soccer says, if I had to live the life of either the Zora, Rito, Gerudo, or Goron, which one would I choose? Ooh, that's a tough question. My options are between fish or birds. Okay, even though Mifa is like best babe, I love her a lot. She's my favorite champion in the whole wide world. I would probably be a bird person. I would probably live the life of the Rito. It would be nice to not be afraid of heights, because you can't be afraid of heights if you're a bird. If you're afraid of heights, you're not making it as a bird. But let's say that were possible, right? If that really were possible, then oh, right, I'm headed the wrong direction. I gotta fix that. We're supposed to go to Terrytown first. Thinking on the things I want to say and not just blabbing the first thing that comes to my mind. If, fear of heights is a thing in Zelda universe, then I'd probably just be a Zora. That would be easier and would actually, line up a lot more with my personage in real life as well. I can definitely be either a sky or a water person. That's my answer. What about you, Lucas Soccer, or to anyone else for that matter? If you had to be one of the 4 races, like if you were to live out the life of any one of them, which would you choose and why? Let's see. Martrell Rames says Mr. A beat Breath of the Wild and this. Okay, so they're a content creator who has played this game before. Gotcha. Is that the only thing they've done, or are they like a Zelda tuber, or do they do other stuff too? Just curious. And then Martrell Rames goes on to ask, in Breath of the Wild, do I have the bike? Yup. Sure do. Was one of the last things we did. We did the whole mock-up with the big dungeon and everything. Getting the bike was fun. We didn't use it all that much. We used it a bit before the final boss, and then after that, you know, when you had the segment where you could fight him, you know, we were given a horse, and jumping out of the motorcycle would have been complicated, to say the least. Let's see. Moving over to Twitch for a second. Lucas Soccer says probably the Rito, because they would be easily able to travel the world. That's another perk. A fellow bird person, like me. Again, assuming that, you know, the Rito aren't capable of developing fear of heights or anything, or it's like a conquerable thing for them. Then I would definitely be a bird person. I would like traveling around and flying too much. Martrell Rhymes on YouTube says they play Breath of the Wild and Donkey Kong Bonanza, I think is what that game is. Okay, so they work on they mainly stream Nintendo stuff from what it sounds like. Let me write that down so I don't forget. You'll have to excuse me. I'm in my mid-30s and my memory is definitely not what it used to be. So writing stuff down has become more important than ever before. And then Mr. Martrell Rames goes on to ask, hey, have I tried the OP shield attachment stuff? OP shield attachment stuff? I guess if I have to ask, the answer is probably no. But if it's like related to glitching or anything like that, then I certainly wouldn't do that, even if I could do it. I intend this to be a glitch-free, do things mostly as intended, you know, playthrough. If we happen to take a shortcut here or there, or do some things out of sequence, then that's fine. Now, if we're talking like staple something to a shield, go to Terrytown, take it off our shield, and then we have it, well, I guess we're about to do that. We maybe are about to do that. Oh, that's a whole list. Mr. Jason says the non-amiibo armors in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild are the Ancient Barbarian, Climbing, Dark Link, Desert Foe, Flamebreaker, Gerudo, Hylian, Radiant, Rubber, Sheikah, Snowquill, Soldier, Zora, and the Armor of the Wild with the well-worn trousers, Old Shirt, Bokoblin Mask, Moblin Mask, Lizalfos Mask, Lionel Mask, Champion Tunic, Sand Boots, Snow Boots, Thunder Helm, Warm Doublet, Diamond Circlet, Ruby Circlet, Sapphire Circlet, Topaz Earrings, Opal Earrings, and Amber Earrings. Yeah, pretty much just what comes with DLCs 1 and 2, and what's provided in the base game. Exactly, Mr. Jason. You can put things on your shield. I'm the best. Thank you, Martrell Rhymes. Much appreciated. Flattery will get you everywhere. But yeah, I presume this is what you're referring to. I can have hints. Hints are about all I want. I would really prefer if, and I have this tag on YouTube, on Twitch, excuse me. Please, like, hints are fine, but, and really, like, spoilery mechanical things I'll take. Like, that's fine. Just because someone spoils the mechanics doesn't mean I'll be able to do anything with it. But please don't spoil plot details. This is a first-time playthrough. There are some people that are definitely here that want to experience Tears of the Kingdom for the first time together with all of us. So that's really the only line I'm gonna draw here. That's really about it. Everything else, eh. Mr. Jason says, spoiler, Link is the main character. Ah, gee. Good thing you didn't say that with Echoes of Wisdom or some other, like, spin-off game. And then, you know, that would have been like a totally true troll. Shocking, I know, Mr. Jason says. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. All right, my lovely senators and inductees, that is the major, that is the call for a commercial break, as well as the major shilling I gotta get done during the second hour, but I'm gonna read all the comments first and try to get them done in a reasonable amount of time. Martrell Rame says, one, attaching things onto your shield can do right, hold on. Hint 1. Okay, hint 1, attaching things to your shield can do abilities. Yeah, like, you know, we can attach devices to our shield. We can attach shields to our shields, which is mainly what I've been doing with my shields, is attaching extra shields to them. But you could also attach things like armor plates or bomb flowers, literally just about anything. I bet you could probably even attach or fuse a Zonai machine to your shield if it's small enough, maybe. And also, you won't give mid-game hints. Mid-game hints are fine. The thing is story spoilers. That's all. So, no, oh, who's the second sage? Who's the third sage? You know, what do the NPCs say in the major quest? Stuff like that. That's what I care about. Mr. Jason says, in the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, you have 62 Lionel guts, so you bullied even more Lionels back then? Yeah, I think I had something like 50 or 55 by the end. I curb stomped them a lot toward the end of the game. My senators and inductees, I do want to thank you guys for hanging around with me so far. Other than the free, easy methods to help the channels out on Twitch and on YouTube, respectively, in the description on YouTube and underneath the video player on Twitch is a link to my Linktree. Please collect or please check out any of the links contained within the Linktree. I promise you won't regret it. It'll be worth your time. My Discord server's on there. My social media pages are on there. All of my stuff is in there. Please do feel free to check that out. And I suppose the last thing I should probably say is we do take 3-minute commercial breaks at the top of every hour. They're both for myself and for everyone else. There is a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It'll come up at the top of the hour when that timer dissipates and reaches 0. You know, we can pick up right where we left off. I highly recommend you guys stretch, grab a snack, or do something worth your while. And I promise the commercial break will be over before you know it. I do that mostly for pre-roll mitigation on Twitch. If I didn't have to do it, I wouldn't. Whatever you need. Welcome to the General Store, operated by Hudson Construction. You'll know us by our motto, Son and Done. Am I right that this is your first time in our shop? Did you come because you heard we started carrying monster extracts? That's right. I'm proud to be the only merchant who sells monster extract. My main business used to be useful things you could attach to arrows for a little extra oomph. But a contact of mine helped me source monster extract, and now I have a sideline in that too. If you're interested, I can hook you up. Son and done. Martrell Rhymes on YouTube says one thing that you can do is glitch to get the Master Sword is to go to your YouTube search and see how to glitch the game. Get the Master Sword and the Hyrule stuff. Certainly. Like, when we get ready to conclude the LP, we'll cover a lot of the glitches then. I won't be doing them, but we will at least talk about them. Maybe pull up some footage of people doing that stuff. And also, thank you for the great content. Thank you for being here, Martrell Rames. Much appreciated. I look forward to entertaining you guys for many more days, months, weeks, and years to come. I thank you. I thank everybody for the company. And with that, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Before we continue onward, I do have a couple of things I want to issue reminders on, and we have some new people here, so I suppose I definitely should explain my schedule. So I normally stream every day of the business week, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is normally what my schedule is. However, starting tomorrow, going out all the way to the 13th of this month, I will be at a client job and will be away from my house the whole time. I'm doing overnight house sitting for them. So that is a full 6 days of no streams and probably not gonna be around all that much in other capacities. I'll have my phone and everything, but only so much I'm gonna be able to do when I don't have access to my computers or office equipment. So just throwing that out there. There's a hitch in the schedule during this next full week, but after the 13th, my schedule pretty much goes back to normal. And again, that is Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The other thing I want to point out is I'll pull up the intermission screen again for a quick second before I catch up on chat. If you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner, I have a little progress gauge. I am looking to garner the Twitch subs, Twitch Prime Gaming, or better, increases the progress towards that. Every sub is worth 1 point. I get 10 of them, and I can unlock new emote slots. I am going to be thinking up real hard what I would like to have in both the regular and animated slots, because otherwise we have to replace things. So that was the other bit of bookkeeping that I wanted to make sure I get done during like this second opener, so to speak. Now we don't have any more shilling we have to worry about. Isn't that just lovely? Let's check up on chat. Okay, Martrell Rames on YouTube says, you think you're the only one on here and talking positive and loving. There were other people here earlier, but they definitely had things to do. Most content being your biggest fan supporter on Earth. Hear me out. You're the best. You're the entire best. Love your content and community stuff. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to work harder on the YouTube long form, but energy is one of the things that is proving to be something I don't have all that much of. But I will get back into the swing of things soon. I just need to figure out how I'm going to fit it all. Welcome back, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason on Twitch says, thank you. Mr. Jason goes on to say, it looks like I have definitely upgraded the armors. Good. So then you'll be back over to Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. Oh, and Mr. Coin, you upgraded all armors in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and then still managed to somehow grind 100,000 rupees. Oh, that's just literally find monster parts and like sell them or do a lot of mining. Or actually what I've heard is without glitching or duping, people that need money hunt meat, gourmet and prime meat, and then they make laps around Heber Mountain for that. And somehow, supposedly, they can get like a few thousand rupees an hour. You have an interesting idea for me, Mr. Jason? What might that be? And while we're here, we're going to just talk to people. If you stick things together that you didn't mean to, try talking to Pellison over there. He'll have them separated in a jiffy and return them to you. No sweat. Son and done. Break it down. Son and done. Sir, have you ever regretted attaching something to your weapon or shield? That's the time to tap me, Pellison, here at the Break Apart shop. Faster than you blink, zip za, it'll be back to how it was before. It just costs 20 rupees. You want to break something down? Break what now? before he answers that question in full. You could, after you've completed The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, do a little miniature series on YouTube where you show how Hyrule has changed between the games. I could do that. I should write that down as soon as I can find the pen for it. Ah, here, right here. Remember to check right hand coin. That's usually where I keep loose pens at. I could even probably make a short out of it. Like glossing over a few of them. Okay, wrote that down. So sorry about that. I might do a mix of both, too. It just kind of depends. But shorts are kind of how you get your foot in the door on audience retention. Or maybe that's the kind of thing that goes on a TikTok or some other shorts sort of site. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do it yet. Lucas Soccer says, just putting it out there that the official Tears of the Kingdom handbook is a great option if you want to learn a lot about the game, and it has lots of information about almost anything you could think of in Tears of the Kingdom. I will keep the guidebook in mind. I doubt I will be able to purchase such a thing, but if there's like a digital copy or anything, I might be able to like snag that. Mr. Jason says, I would prefer a video. Nothing against shorts, but you don't tend to watch shorts, especially in the role that you have. You like informative videos? That's fair. You could do videos and then cut them into shorts. I certainly could do that, yeah. Things to think about on how I want to go about accomplishing that. I could even make it as part of like oh, what would I do here? I guess it would be if I ever played multiple games in a series, like what sorts of changes, like especially if they go over the same areas, right? How the changes have like been moving along. That could be like a stable medium effort video. You do want high effort videos, but you need a lot more medium effort videos on YouTube. You don't want to be editing, high quality content all the time. That's exhausting. Mr. Jason says, just on the subject of books, Mr. Coin, you love the Pokemon Sword and Shield. Or Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield, the official Galar region Pokedex booklet. Goodness. It includes a, no understatement, massive map of the Galar region. Or it's a book and not a booklet. That's where that okay, got it. Yeah, I'll bet there's a high detail map available. Galar's a huge place. I wish Sword and Shield weren't under such poor reception as they were, because the game conceptually was not all that bad. Like the Mega Evolutions or not Mega Evolutions, I'm sorry, the Dynamax forms were fine. They were fine. That part of the game was fine. The basic flow or shakeup of, how the Pokemon gyms work, fantastic. The fast travel and the shortcuts that you could unlock, great. The plot is what got me disapproving big time I know some people think Pokemon Sword and Shield were a bit meh. They were definitely meh, in my opinion, but I think there was just a lot of lost potential more than anything else. But Mr. Jason goes on to say, I'm just happy that the Nintendo Switch's first brand new and first region in HD was the UK. Fair enough. There are reasons to like it, I suppose. It's regional representation, right? Like black and white, or the representation for the states. And a lot of people enjoy black and white, either one or two or both. So there's that. As a Brit, I am legally required to like it. You feel fair? I would personally say you're not owed. You don't owe them that. But if you feel obligated on a personal level, that's totally fine. Pellisons goes on to say, hey, you curious how I do it? I figured out how to break things apart by disassembling stuff I didn't need anymore here in my workshop. Only I, the great Pellison, am capable of this craft. If you've got something attached to something else, I can break them apart and return them to their original state. It just costs 20 rupees. You want to break something down? Nope. Zip Zooza! I can disassemble stuff any old time. Son and done. But the thing that we're definitely most interested in... Weird... not weird, but interesting hair. We should find, we should find the Hudsons. Go find Hudson. Just yesterday, she was talking about it happily. Perhaps you're overthinking it? Oh, is this the point where we learn that Hudson has a doting daddy arc? Let's figure that out, too. Mr. Jason says, also, I wait with bated breath. Though I do understand, I know you're worried about Madison moving. Monaring told me that Madison has been acting real cheerful lately. I can't help but wonder if she's, you know, just putting on a bold face. After all, she's going to be picked up soon. Please, if you keep acting like this, it will only make it more difficult for Madison to leave. This is a once-in-a-lifetime journey for Gerudo. We should support her and give her a grand send-off. You're right, of course. It's a special journey, and we should do something big for her. A customer. Insert obligatory. Oh my god. Coin stamp finally made it to Terrytown. What do I even put here? What do I put here?
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
Celavis might be scum of the earth in Elden Ring, but I tell you what, if there's any VA in Elden Ring that delivers amazing voice lines of snarky, evil old dudes, it's Celavis's VA. It only took us 3,000 years to get here. Honestly, it's just the ability to make more complicated Zonai devices, right? That was the whole reason for pushing us here. Like, so, not so aggressively, but like, more than just a nudging comment here or there. Welcome to Hudson Construction. Let me guess, you're in the market for a dream home, right? That's no surprise. Our unique modular building style lets you put rooms together to create the perfect home. But I'm so sorry, we're still not ready to open for business. Welcome back, Mr. Shiny. Hopefully things have been going smoothly for you since you departed last. Mr. Shiny says, a customer. Definitely not someone who is literally the reason they are married to each other. Too true. Wait, it's you. Look who it is. It sure has been a while. You know, thanks to you, Terrytown is doing real good. Nowadays, it's the kind of village that welcomes folks from all over to come live in peace. Oh, and we have a daughter. Looks just like her papa. She's wonderful. Yeah, the bob hairstyle I hear is genetic these days. My little Madison. Hudson, you've got to get it together. Sorry, I've got to go. We're kind of busy right now. I'm going back to work now, Ronson, but don't worry. I'll try to think of something nice to do for Madison. Madison's independence. Yep, they do remember. It's a very fleeting, quick remembrance, but they do remember. Funny enough, some NPCs don't. Yeah, I'm sure they all remember. It's that they don't give a crap. Or, you know, maybe Link was just never around long enough. Ronson and Hudson. This married couple runs the company that has been key to projects during the long reconstruction of Hyrule, including the creation of Lookout Landing and the Skyview Towers. Hudson has unparalleled skill as a builder, and together with the Gerudo tailor Ronson, they helped found Tarrytown. They also have a daughter named Madison. Mr. Jason says, for a moment, I thought, where's my travel medallion? Or why? I think that's why. Why is my travel medallion in front of the Hyrule Castle Sanctum? But then I remember that I moved back The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yep. No, definitely where? That reads like a... It was where. I get ya. It reads like a... It doesn't read right for whatever reason. And I can't decide why. Like... It feels like there should be a comma, but that's meant to be one whole sentence, right, Mr. Jason? I'm not, like, losing my mind. Shiny says, sometimes I wish hot, tall Gerudo women existed. I mean, there are tall, real human women you could find. I mean, all you have to do is check out the local Instagram. You know, the Insta-baddies. The e-thoughts, the e-girls, the muscle mommies, the boss babes. Just all of them. All just any of them. They're gonna be tall. Amazonas tall. And maybe some of them will take a spit or a shine to you. Preferably a shine. Spitting would be awful. Jason says, yeah, I had placed it there in Breath of the Wild, but then I remember you went straight to Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, so you were definitely... Tears of the Kingdom must just have, like, a different... You must have set it somewhere different, right? That must be what's going on. Okay. Well, as fun as this has been... Nah, no thanks. Mr. Shiny says, those either are taken or they're looking for a man of high standard. Perhaps too high. Don't blame you. Well, we could go check out the rest of the things later. With the very least, have access to the tower. Tarrytown is but a short glide away. Now we're going to move on and actually get to the travel medallion prototype. Let's see. Let me make sure I've not missed chat here. Okay, no. Nothing changed on YouTube yet. Mr. Jason says, yeah, you have it above Lookout Landing in Tears of the Kingdom. Understood. That's probably a good place to put one. I would probably keep mine in the depths. Somewhere in the depth. Like... near like a favorite like a well-to-do mining location or something. Lucas Soccer says, why are the Gerudos so jacked when they live in the middle of the desert with almost no competition? Genetics? Maybe that's just how the species turns out. But almost all of them are always jacked. Mr. Shiny on YouTube says, they live in the middle of the desert. You sure have to be capable to be able to survive there. Yeah, like, they don't have to compete with other, like, races. They don't have to compete with Hylians or anything. But You know, the wasteland is kind of an inhospitable place. Yeah, stuff grows there, but they have to be resourceful. Their endurance has to be quite high, or they're not chuffing it. They also, given the fact that they have to go on pilgrimages, find mates, and then if they're, you know, if they give birth to Gerudo women, you know, then I would presume. Sorry, I'm trying to like think about 5 different things at once for some crazy reason. Just thinking about the order in which I want to say things. Now I want to turn the sensor off. No offense. We're good. We're good, game. I got it. We've got an object map. We don't even need the rest. It's fine. They have to deal with harsh creatures. You know, the Yiga clan. They've got to deal with a lot of stuff. Let's maybe stop just short of the hill. Maybe somewhere. Let's see how tight I can turn this. Okay, good. But maybe in large part, and this is the last thing I'll say before I catch back up with comments here. When it comes to the Gerudo, right? Like we're talking about this. I think some of it may be an attempt at fixing the caricature that the Gerudo had previously, where I'll point back to The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. In the 1.0 release, before it got, you know, recalled, and there was Nintendo released the 1.2 version that in the US, that's how most of us here in the US know of it, is the 1.2 version. The Gerudo had the holy symbol of Islam as its clan icon. So there were already, right from the beginning, there were bits of cultural appropriation mixed in with the depiction of the Gerudo. You add to that fact that they're strong Amazoness figures that imprison men and give birth to a cursed man every 100 years or so, and it's considered something of an omen. And they're also notorious thieves. They're depicted as thieves and pirates and scoundrels. And they're shown to be very, very good at assembling and maintaining fortifications. And you have a not very flattering depiction of how the Japanese might have viewed people in the Arabian lands, or in the Arabian states. There's some sociocultural stuff going on there. It's not just, you can't just explain it with in-game logic. A lot of the depictions of the Gerudo that we know now with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom come from this change to make it more flattering and less culturally appropriative. Let me see. Let's make sure I've read some of the rebuttals or comments, if anything. Lucas Soccer says, I just don't see how a 6-pack is going to protect you from the burning sun. It doesn't. That's not what those muscles are for. Those muscles are there to show that they are, you know, strong warriors. And that the women mean business. They are not to be taken lightly. That's what the skin is supposedly for. You know, protect them from the burning sun. But they also wear loose clothes with bright, colorful, ornamentation on them. They grow hydromelons, for goodness sake. and make alcoholic drinks. It's not protective, but that's not what that's for. It's for other stuff. Mr. Shiny says, they treat Gerudo like the Amazons. I do. I do treat them like the Amazons, and I think that's a better depiction of them, and not, oh, here's how the Japanese see these real-world people, and this is how they decide to show them in a video game. The same could be said for the same could be said of the Goron. The Gorons are not very flattering depictions of dwarves, like short people or short-ish people. They essentially got reduced to a caricature in Ocarina of Time and other places where where Gorons have been depicted. Now they're actually stoic warriors that move around fast, eat rocks, but are capable of being some of the staunchest defenders of life you'll ever know. And they're pretty relaxed. They aren't laissez-faire, carefree, and they don't always require Link to help them with their problems. That's like something else that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom fixes, is that before, these races were constantly depicted as they need Link, quote unquote, the strong white savior. I hate to bring like race into this, but this has to do with the caricatures that the other races had in Ocarina of Time and other installments, where again, they were less than flattering to, various ethnic groups. Link would always have to come in and save the day. Or they would constantly be terrorizing Hylians, the quote-unquote stand-in for the Japanese people. By having champions a bunch of extra values and powers all of their own, they have moved from being very harmful caricatures of various real-world people to being sometimes harmful, but for the most part, they're kind of their own thing now. They're less rooted in the real world, and I think that's a good thing. I really, truly do. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, after a full day of physical work, you've decided to treat yourself to some booze. Enjoy. Hopefully, well, actually, do you tend to enjoy heavy drink? Like the more alcoholic the better, or do you prefer to keep it light? Mr. Jason says, what is a Goron's favorite genre of music? Rock and roll. We needed some levity in that. I appreciate it, because the subject matter was getting pretty serious. Lucas Soccer says, yeah, I guess you're right. That makes more sense. I mean, I still think there are some critiques you could have of the caricatures that the various races represent in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I think the Gerudo still stand out as the ones in which you can have the strongest argument for. They're not always depicted in the most flattering way ever, but as much as some people would want to crucify the Japanese, the devs at Nintendo and otherwise, the caricatures have come a long way, and they really don't reflect the same cultural stereotypical sentiments that you saw in Ocarina of Time or elsewhere. So I think even though there's always room to say, yeah, we can improve, this is how it could be better, we should also be praising the devs for going as far as they did to make the caricatures less harmful to overall perception of the people they're based on. I think there's room to do both, and I think so often we as a species get caught up in the typical human capacity to be these monistic creatures. And by that I mean we're so focused on either hamming each other up or tearing each other down that I think somewhere along the way we lose the ability to have and proffer nuanced takes of anything, because nuanced takes of anything are exhausting. You don't always want to take the time out to have nuanced takes on everything or nuanced perspectives on everything. Sometimes you just want to say what you think and leave well enough alone, and sometimes if you don't do that, you'll hurt people in the process. It gets messy and complicated, but such is how, sociological and philosophical discussions like this tend to be. Is there's a lot to say about it, and there's decades of history and decades of perception to roll through, and if you don't take the time to discuss it all, at best, you're canceled, or, people admonish you with really mean words. And the worst case, some people get offended enough or are upset enough that they'll do more. They might feel they need to take the law into their own hands or something crazy like that. I hate saying stuff like that, but there are people that have died or have gotten hurt over less. I guarantee you that. And we only need to search the annals of history in order to prove it. Mr. Shiny says, Hylians have some skeletons in the closet or some re-deads in the Kakariko well. Too true. Their history is definitely not perfect, but it kind of gets lost in the sea of, different sub-races or different, ethnic breakdowns of the Hylian people. The coastal, the mountaintop, the planar, or like the plains dwelling, and those that dwell in the hills and valleys. Mr. Shiny says, literally too? Yeah, the skeletals are Stelthos. That's too true. Mr. Jason says, something special awaits you directly under the Typhlo ruins in the depth. We will get to that eventually, and probably not for many, many more streams yet. We've got the rest of Lanayru to do. We have Akala that we now have to do. And then after we do all that, we still have the Picketer region to do. We're gonna be busy for a while. Once we tarry a bit longer. Mr. Shiny says, oh, that place? Oh, no. I guess we'll find out eventually, right? And then having an opinion in this economy, everyone's entitled to them. They all stink. They come in many shapes and sizes, but we're all entitled to them. I just think we're losing the ability to let people have their opinions in peace. Not every opinion, right? There's some that need to be countered and need to be fought against, but there are people getting canceled for just how they appear in a film of all things. Or facts about their private life bubbling to the surface from 10, 15 years ago. I think there's a lot of room to say people are slowly losing their ability to moderate themselves and their positions on various societal, species-wide, or even cultural issues. I really do think that's happening. Final warning. Yiga clan only beyond this point. All others will be harshly dealt with. All others will be harshly dealt with, huh? All others are not going to be harshly dealt with. You're going to be dealt with. Mr. Shiny says, I always tend to say that if you don't make anyone on Twitter mad at you, you're doing something wrong. if you're saying things on Twitter for a good reason, or Blue Sky or any of these other media sites, if you're speaking up for a good reason, then yeah, if people are mad, you're probably doing something right. But there are definitely cases where I think that's just not true. And sometimes the best thing to say is nothing. There's always, I think there's always a subtlety in decision-making like that can be missed. I think it's important we have rules and guidelines for ourselves, but gotta break convention sometime. Mr. Jason says, I especially appreciate a good opinion. For example, Mr. Coin, you called that board meeting in the TCC today. I could just force that through, as I do hold that power, but you enjoy a good meeting. Well, yeah, I would go so far as to say, if you're the CEO, right? Or the executive chair, you're the founder, right? You don't need anyone's permission. You don't. Like, that's just an honest truth. But I would like to think that if you're going to ask people for their opinions, or, hold a counseling session for what we're going to do about something, or what we think you should do about something, you won't say, well, I don't care what you have to say. You're going to, I'm going to do what I want anyway, or something along those lines. Mr. Jason goes on to say, you deleted Facebook and Twitter and used the executive power, TCC power to delete the TCC's Twitter. Probably the wisest decision you could make. But if you do want to advertise, the Discord anywhere, you probably will have to have social media presence somewhere at some point. There are definitely alternatives, but that's something that I could put into the suggestions box at a later date, and it could be mulled over and considered in a proper format. Moving over to YouTube for a moment. Mr. Shiny says, check the inside of this place carefully. There's something in here we'll find quite humorous. Will do. Moving back over to Twitch, Lucas Soccer says, just a cool little in-game detail. If you look near the side of the path within the area with trees north of the Poplar foothills, there's a cool little memorial you could check out. Let me try to find that. Poplar Hills. Trying to think of which region that's in. I should write that down. That way I'm not spending too much time on it. It's the Middle East of the map. You might not have that part of the map, though. Oh, probably definitely not. Yeah, over here somewhere? No, we don't have that yet. That's fine. I've at least written that down for the future. Let's see. Mr. Jason says you didn't want your organization associated with Twitter. Completely valid. Completely valid. Thank you so much for the follow. We do keep follows anonymous and noiseless here, but I hope you enjoy the free emotes that come along with that, as well as the other perks, benefits, and privileges that come along with following on the channel. Thank you again. Left of the Dueling Peaks? Oh, then, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably right. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, left. It's probably in here somewhere. That's fine. Troll Castle Official, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You go on to say, indeed, we do have a social media presence. We have this official account and your YouTube account. Fair. We only followed the channel just now. Thank you again. This account only follows Troll Castle Legends CEOs and directors. Well, then I feel very blessed to be among the privileged few, I suppose. I think that's how that sentiment goes. Really do appreciate that. It's nice to have a group of people behind me after doing this for 8 years. I'll do my best to make the TCC a better place. However I'm gonna have to go about doing that. All right. Is there anything we could do with this? I thought not, but I wanted to look around anyway. You have people in the TCC that are behind you, at your side, and above you. But yes, yeah, I'll do my best to make it a decent or a better Discord server than what I found it. That you have my word on that. How I'm going to fulfill that word is going to depend on, the events of the day. Mr. Shiny on YouTube says, while we're at it, remember the shrine on Skull Lake in Breath of the Wild? There is something in Tears of the Kingdom that I want to check out there. So I want to keep my time in Akala relatively short. Because we're supposed to be filling out the Lanayru Mountain region first. But definitely some notes for the future. Thank you for your input, Mr. Shiny. Much appreciated. What is it? Wait, you! It's Link! Get ready for battle! Time to knock some Yigas silly. Yeah, how about no? Dang it. Okay. Nice try. Troll Castle official says, all that we ask for is for you to follow instructions from superiors as best as possible and in as timely of matter as I can. But we are generally quite relaxed. No worries. No apologies needed, but thank you for that anyway. Clara Jame, I think that's how one would say that. On YouTube, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are about to get the travel medallion prototype data. That's what we're doing now. No problem, Clara Jame. If and you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a game that's new to you? Have you beaten it before multiple times? I always try to ask my audience this question so we know where to take conversations, in the future, or, as we're playing the game. Clara Jame asks, do I stream daily? So normally I stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's what would normally be going on. I do have a client job that's gonna basically rule out me streaming for the next week. So I won't start streaming again until after the 13th of this month. But once that settles, my schedule will pretty much be Monday through Friday, and I take weekends off. Unless I am feeling particularly saucy or I need to make something up. This is ridiculous. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'll make your little uniforms without any more complaints, I swear. Hold up. Hey, superstar. You're not with the Yiga clan, are you? Please tell me you're here to rescue me. Yes, actually. That's fantastic. Ugh, I've been cooped up in here forever. Her name's Kanba. Why ask if you don't mind me asking, Claire Jame? I've got a knack for style and the nimble digits I need to spin my ideas into reality. Alas, that pure talent is why the Yiga clan kidnapped me and forced me to make their outfits for them. If I ever sew one of those tacky rags again, it'll be too soon. In fact, you should take the Yiga armor I just finished. Burn it, toss it, do what you want. Just get it away from me. Armor supplied to the members of the Yiga clan. Defensive parts are minimized for silence, so it's lacking in protection. The look may lack, but my tailoring is sublime. If you wore the whole set, you'd fit right in with the Yiga clan. On that note, I gotta hurry out of here before they get back. Don't worry, I'm more athletic than I look. They only caught me last time because I messed up. It won't happen again. See you around, and thanks for the save. Let's see. Let me reply to Mr. Jason first, because he spoke first. Mr. Coin, could I please open my map? Give me 1 second, and I'll do that. And then Claire Jame on YouTube says, I know this is random. I know this sound is random. I think I have figured out what we're dealing with here. But you're an animator. You do custom animated overlays, intros, outros, BRB screens. If you're ever looking to upgrade your stream visuals, I'd love to show some examples. I appreciate the offer. However, I am definitely going to put you in timeout for quite a while. Also, I'm going to hide those users. I'm going to hide those messages. Because we don't tolerate soliciting of graphic design stuff. I've been burnt by that too many times. Plus, I make all my own stuff anyway. All right, Mr. Jason, I have opened up the map. What would you like me to do with the map? Sorry for the delay and how long it took to open. I had to deal with something less than stellar. I hate doing that. Anytime I have to boot someone for stuff like that, and I bet that was a bot as well, just based on it. I know the sound is strange. Like, as soon as the grammar broke, that's usually when you can tell that it's AI generated or like an AI bot. You want me to go near the Lindor's Brow Sky Tower first? Okay, that's over here. Easy enough. Mr. Shiny says, as you mentioned, there's a tiny funny detail in the Yiga base. We're gonna look around in here before we head back anyway, so maybe we'll find it. See the 2 shrines just north of it? North? Hold on, let me open up the object map so I know what you're referencing. There aren't really shrines north. Do you mean off to the side? Just so I know where we're talking about. Because if it's north, I don't have that area unlocked yet. One is called Kiyoyu Shrine. Go to that? Okay. If I have it, I will. So northeast. Okay, got it. And the other one should be Mayasiya Shrine, right? These are the 2 you're referencing? Somewhere around that shrine is the 3rd Yiga outfit piece. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Well, it would definitely be off to the side. Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna swap over to the computer for a minute. Okay, so I went and looked up that specific one because I can do that with the object map. If you guys want to if you guys want to look up anything on the object map, exclamation mark TOTK MAP in Twitch or asterisk TOTK MAP on YouTube will get you the object map if you want to reference things like this for yourselves. You're more than welcome to do so. It's why I've curated the resource for everybody. Yeah, it's in a region we haven't unlocked yet. And in fact, it's not even just the Picada region, it's the Great Northern Forest region. Or to look at the tower, it is the Typhlo region. We have not unlocked that, and that's going to be not unlocked for quite a bit longer. But I will make a note of it.
Distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm.
I'll make a note of it. It's probably around there somewhere.
And then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
It'll be glorious when we can get the full Giga clan set for sure, though. That my fine senators and inductees is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. For the next commercial break. Do I have one piece or two pieces? We just got the second piece. We just got the second piece, Mr. Jason. Here you go. I'm sure the third piece will come in due time. Especially now that we know more or less where it is, too. Let's poke around in here and see if we can't spot what Mr. Shiny was talking about. Along with this. Lucas Soccer says, in the game, there's actually quest for the Yiga armor, and with all three, there may or may not be some special rewards. I see. Okay. I think I get why. We're asking some questions about this. Is the reward particularly earth-shattering, to use that parlance? Travel medallion prototype. Robbie reverse engineered a travel medallion to make this prototypical version, but it's unusable in its current state because it's missing some important data. Oh, hold on. Let me opt out the zoom here. Okay, yeah, it is particularly earth-shattering. Okay, is it so earth-shattering that just like with Terrytown, it's worth doing right now? Like, is it that important? I'm not trying to like push back. I'm more over figuring out the scope of how important it is more than anything else. Lucas Soccer says not now. Okay. That's good. Then we can wait until there's an appropriate time for that then. Yeah, we'll eventually get there. I'm not going to suddenly say, oh, we're not doing a 100% playthrough, or something along those lines. We are definitely going to continue to do that. We can just ascend through this. Mr. Jason says it isn't worth doing now as one point takes you to Gerudo Desert. Understood. Yeah, so we'll get there in due time. And Mr. Shiny said, no, I do not want to pin anything to a taskbar. Okay, I'm not sure what Microsoft wanted to do there. Mr. Shiny says that is what you wanted to point out about this location. Okay. Oh, was it the map? I just want to make sure we're talking like 2 or 3 different things at once here. I just want to make sure I haven't mixed up what, you know, what's being talked about when and where. My apologies. Literally earth-shattering. I see. Just remember that. I will. Really? Not even... Oh, well, this wasn't the top of the thing anyway. Hang on. So we had the little shack. Nothing in the shack. Then we had the windmill, along with, like, the top side seat. Anything up here? No. Okay. Given what I know about this game, is there a cave? Like anywhere nearby? Because Zelda had a cave, or had a well. Let's see. Welcome on in, Char Dreamer. Or I guess that would be Furret, right? My goodness. I'll have to reply to everyone after break. Be right back. Okay, I believe we are back. And welcome on in probably... Oh, you're moved to Twitch so you don't have to deal with any technical issues. I'm sorry that this is happening, Shiny. Let's see. Shiny says, oh, god dang it, YouTube. You meant that you could find a caricature depiction of your beloved hero of our beloved hero. Yeah, I'll take another look around in there before we leave. I don't know why it keeps happening. Not registering messages. YouTube's starting to get on nerves. I know they're probably like scrubbing messages. I've heard they've been doing that lately. Why, I don't know. It's certainly strange, but it's not the first time YouTube has had issues scrubbing messages lately. I'm willing to bet it has been noted that YouTube has generally been getting worse with live stream latency and other things. People are starting to move to Odyssey, Rumble, Trovo. We're starting to see, the internet death take hold of both Twitch and YouTube, and I don't like where it's going. But I hope you enjoy the follow. I hope you enjoy the privileges of that follow, including but not limited to the free emotes. I do apologize that you'll now have to deal with the 3-minute commercials, but we already structured the breaks in such a way that people really shouldn't be missing out too much in the first place. And let me go back and address Furret. Hi, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit, or body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. You say, I'm sorry for all the questions last time. I'm not the person you have to apologize to. I didn't have an issue with the quantity of questions. I can't really say more than that or anything like that. Just know that I'm definitely not the person that you have to apologize to. So, no worries there. Let's see. And then there was the whole technical issues, and then... Okay. I'm going to leave that moderator comment there without actually replying or reading it, because I think that makes more sense that way. No reason for me to read that out. Let's try to find this caricature. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. Now, what I don't know is whether or not it's in this version or there's another version. Without the Yiga decorations later, that'll have it. That's the part I don't know. Blackboard? Okay, I'll look at the blackboard. Gotta find the blackboard. Ah, here. I'm sorry, but under what circumstances? This is giving me Tales of Symphonia vibes. You guys know what I'm talking about? Lloyd Irving, after he, after the events in the initial town, right? He makes it over to the desert village, and there's a wanted poster of his face, and the wanted poster doesn't look anything like his face at all. It's like a really, really bad cartoon drawing of the guy's face. That's what this makes me think of. And what the heck is the drawing to the left? Is that a mighty banana? These guys can't go 5 seconds without putting a mighty banana in the drawing. They're literally banana brained. They're going they're absolutely bonkers for the banana bonanza. Probably not. Shine says, I love those tiny details. I do too. They're hilarious. It's even worthy of applause. Mr. Jason asks, is this drawing supposed to be of Link? Yeah, it apparently is, because if you look, here are the pointed ears, right? There are the pointed ears, there's the sideburns, but the face is all wrong, and he doesn't have any horns. bonkers. I would say bananas even. I know that was more of a quip, but it was still worthy of applause. Anyway, we found the thing. Give it to Robbie at the Purah Pad Research Lab near Hateno Village. Yeah, we quite literally got what we came here for. Is the... I think it's gone. I think we've gone too far out from... or too much time has elapsed with our hover bike. I think it's gone. That's fine. We can teleport back anyway. So let's do that. And then we can continue doing things in the Lanayru region. We did ultimately end up getting a half an hour start, or a half an hour late start. We started on time technically, but the stream really just was not having it. The internet wasn't having it for whatever reason. After a restart, it seems to have done just fine. No drop frame, or hardly any drop frames. I hope it stays that way. Knock on wood. So because of that, we technically didn't start until about 1:30 p.m. EST. So we're going to be ending at 5:30 today. Strange times, I know. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a caricature depicted as a demon for some reason. Well, I mean, he did off Master Koga, technically. You know, humiliated the Yiga clan. I think the caricature makes sense. It just doesn't help them identify him or anything. Hey you, we have more work to do. Your Purah Pad is nowhere near its full capability yet. So which feature do you want to add? Let's talk about that medallion. Of course you want the travel medallion feature. Who wouldn't want to travel instantly to wherever you want? I will need my travel medallion prototype, which is at the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Sorry, but wait. Do I detect the unmistakable odor of my old home on you? What? Then you already have it. Good job. That will do the trick. Come on, hurry up. Let me see your Purah Pad. He looks so happy to be doing something. Now, give me just a moment. Da 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 da. This mysterious tool was built by Robbie. Place it by opening your inventory and registering your current location as a travel gate. Da 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 da. I added that to your key items so you'll never lose the ability to use it. If you want to be able to travel instantly to your favorite spot, just stand there and set up a travel gate by using that. Then at any time you can just zip right there by selecting that very spot on your map. Easy, right? I wonder what I could do if I had even more data, however. I suspect I could add 2 more gates. Yes, then it hit maximum capacity. So I could create a link between the pad and the second location, but for that I'd need about 10 map data locations. It should be a walk in the park for someone like you. Oh yes, I should prepare operation instructions for this feature too. Hang on a minute. Okay, the details look correct, and I'll post it right here. Yes, very good. Robbie? Can we talk about where you posted that? Have you considered not putting it on the blackboard? Waste of space. There are literal walls to put that on. Whatever. I mean, it's your blackboard. Mr. Jason says the last time you played The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was the 27th of last year, of May last year. Yeah, the 27th of what coin? The 27th of May last year. Nice. Lucas Soccer says it makes me so happy how I have access to most of the DLC items from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in the base game because you didn't have the DLC. Yeah, that is nice. Also, amiibo gear. Very nice gesture from the devs. I agree. And I want to see Al Numa continue to provide the nice gesture for the devs, or for, you know, with the devs. I want to see more things like this, where the amiibo is very much optional and not required. Now you can review the travel medallion feature anytime you want. Just read that poster there. You can now use the travel medallion to instantly return to any location you have set. The pad can hold 2 more travel locations. Once 10 regions have been mapped, a second travel medallion can be activated. The travel medallion is accessible from your key items. I see. Very well. Actually, we should look at Sensor Plus while we're here. I think that's the other thing I'm actually interested in. Excellent. Very good thinking. Being curious about this feature. It allows you to pinpoint the location of more than shrines. Many more things. That's why it's called Sensor Plus. You select what you want from the compendium, but I can't add my prototype without some extra data. So you need to fill out your compendium with at least 5 types of monsters. Oh, you know, I guess now that Mr. Shiny is here on Twitch, right, Mr. Jason? You and him can collaborate a lot more on jokes. Like, that's gonna be a nice thing I'm sure that you two will be capable of doing. You two could even whisper each other before and set each other up with punchlines. If that's something you two want to do, that is. That's not a call to do it. That's not a question to do it. That's just things I'm thinking about because I've known you two, Mr. Shiny more so than yourself, Mr. Jason. He's just been here longer, but you both can, like, you both seem like you operate on the same brainwave, so to speak, at points. Mr. Jason says even better. I can appreciate Shiny right here. There's so many ways to take that sentence. Mr. Shiny says, I mean, it is a tempting suggestion. Hey, all I'm doing is planting the seeds. Whether or not you two nourish that into something or let it be is up to you. So you need to fill out your compendium with at least 5 types of monsters. Oh, so there's like... there are various levels to these upgrades. Is that seems like what's happening here. Unbelievable. You got all that data? Then I can install that sensor upgrade right away. Let me have the Purah Pad for a moment. Oh, hold on. I missed sentences. That would be a censorable idea, Mr. Coin. That is getting a sure jam, though. That one was a bit stretchy for a joke. Working on Sensor Plus would be a censorable. Oh yeah, that was the repeat of the same joke, which I appreciate because that means I didn't have to scroll. I wouldn't have had to scroll up to find it. Yeah, actually the apostrophe there, censorable. That makes it read a lot smoother. Nice touch on that. I guess I should make sure I don't just discount that as a repeat of the same thing then. I should pay attention to subtle things like that. Alright, Robbie, take it away. Now, give me just a moment. Sensor Plus. Ta-da-da-da-da! You can select something other than Shrines of Light as a sensor target. The sensor has a stronger reaction as you get closer to the target. Now you can search for more than just shrines. Just select what you want to find from the Hyrule Compendium. Bang. Actually, I have a compendium of my own. That's my compendium database. It's got everything you could possibly want to find details about. Oh yes, it's all there. Creatures, monsters, materials, equipment, and even different kinds of treasure. In short, a perfect collection of what you might one day achieve in your own Hyrule Compendium on the Purah Pad. Curious? I invite you to access that database and see it for yourself. Oh yes, I should prepare operation instructions for this feature too. Hang on a minute. Man, Robbie, how are you gonna take note? What are you gonna do? Are you just gonna write in a journal or whatever? Uh-huh. Review the sensor details. Just read that poster right there. Also, though you can use the Sensor Plus feature now, your Purah Pad is not yet perfect. It still doesn't have all the available features, so don't forget that. Interesting. What, you're leaving already? Actually, I guess we should check out the last one, right? It would make too much sense. Mr. Shiny says, I can activate our Purah Sense more efficiently now. Too true. Yeah, we could put... Actually, I don't think we could put Purah on this thing if we wanted to. Unless that was a setup for a joke. That might be a setup for a joke now I think about it. Had to adjust to the fact you can't whistle run in Tears of the Kingdom. Everyone is so sad about that. I mean, I guess I can be sad about it with everybody, right? But, like, my hands appreciate not having to do the grip required to make that work. Look, I got small hands, okay? And even on a Nintendo Pro controller, I still did not like doing that. Nah, just a reference to a different piece of media. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Lucas says, what was the biggest thing I had to adjust to in Tears of the Kingdom when leaving Breath of the Wild? Not having Rivali's Gale. I mean, we have better than that now, but literally not like not having our champion powers. Just what the heck happened to that? I mean, heck, even just having that stuff at the beginning of the game would have been a nice touch. Mr. Jason says, a random little fact, under a bridge in Kakariko Village, there are 2 random apples. A bridge, huh? It might be the one right in front of where the goddess statue would have been. Something like that. All right, Robbie. Fine. Let's see what's the Hero's Path mode all about. Hero's Path mode is an outstanding addition if you do a lot of investigation. Truth is, there's a tracking feature installed on the Purah Pad. Hero's Path mode lets you see this feature on screen. It's a brilliant system that lets you see the exact path you've taken. But before it can install the prototype perfectly, I'll need to get the data from 15 shrine locations from you. Well, about that. I believe we have 60 of them. What? You've got the data. Hurry up and let me see that Purah Pad. This is just staring at Robbie, the motion picture, everybody. Now, give me just a moment. You can now use the map to see the path you've taken on your journey, footstep by footstep. You can save around 256 hours of gameplay. If you exceed this amount of play data, the oldest footsteps will be erased as new ones are added. Now you'll be able to see the path you've traveled so far on your map. Interesting. Mr. Shiny says, because I'm 99% sure you're familiar with Spider Sense. I'm familiar with the basics. I suppose I should have named our new ability Purah Sense instead. I could have. Yeah, okay, so that was what the reference was. Yeah, if the dash had been there, maybe I would have figured out the reference. But to be honest, I'm not much of a movie person. Like I've seen. Okay, that's kind of not true. I'm picky about the movies I want to go see. That's what I should say. It's not that I dislike them. It's that I'm way more picky. My dad, my stepmother, my mom, my sibling, my friends, they go see lots of movie media all the time. They see movies at least once a month, maybe a bit more than that. Marvel, DC, anime doesn't make much difference. Me, on the other hand, the last movie I saw, and it wasn't entirely my choice, was Doctor Strange. I think it's the World of Madness or whatever it was. It's like a really it was definitely a Marvel movie. That was the last thing I saw. That I saw sincerely. I guess there's also the 2024 version of Pinocchio when I was looking at soundboard stuff for Lies of P. I was thinking about pulling in a few Disney references, but I didn't find anything worthwhile. Even if I wrote down over a page worth of stuff, it just wasn't worthwhile. Before that, the last movie I saw in earnest was Of Gods and Men. It's like a Christian Bale film. It's a very eclectic movie taste. And I was a more impressionable young man when I watched that anyway. You get on with your bad self, motorcyclist. Mr. Shiny says my slip with the name wasn't so dashing, it seems. So many jokes. And they're only going to get better. Lucas Soccer says, have I watched the new Jurassic World movie? I have not. My folks probably have, though. Again, they keep up with that stuff. These days, there's really only a few things I keep up with. Whatever Nintendo is doing, in terms of legal policy, the gender war, because I have now kind of been roped into keeping up with the grisly little details of whose turn is it to be insufferable? Is it men's turn or the women's turn? And it tends to be on about a 10 to 15 year cycle at a time, for what I've witnessed. Anything regarding U.S. financial policy, because it directly affects me. And of course, you know, gaming news that I find important, along with things that my friends are doing. That's really about it. I have other things that I'm involved with, but I don't care about them nearly as much. Like, whatever will come of them is whatever will come of them. Mr. Lucas Soccer, I'll ask the same question back. Have you seen the new Jurassic World movie? And if so, do you have any thoughts on it? Here you go, the operation instructions for the Hero's Path mode. Now you can review the Hero's Path mode feature anytime you want. Though you can use Hero's Path mode now, your Purah Pad is not yet perfect. Okay. Okay, well, there's really not that much more left. We just gotta unlock the travel medallions. And that can happen over time. Man, just look at that distance. I guess we might as well take a look at it. Wow. We really have traveled a good chunk of the world. There are lots of places we haven't really gone yet, but we've traveled way more than I thought we would have. So I guess this is a good way of, you know, eliciting things from my memory, right? That's nice. Lucas says, yeah, it was pretty good. I'm glad you found it enjoyable, at the very least. The plot behind it wasn't the best. Let's see, I'm trying to remember the last Jurassic World movie I watched. Or, like, watched bits of. See, here's the thing. Even though I'm not a moviegoer, right? That's not really what I do. That doesn't mean I don't see film. I see bits and pieces of it at the house all the time. Because, again, my folks are avid moviegoers. It's just something they like doing. I think it might have been the one directly after it. Because I know I saw quite a few snippets of the reboot, or like the one with Chris Pratt in it, the first one with Chris Pratt in it, and I forget how much of the second one I saw. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of gabbing and not a lot of moving around, so let me fix that. So now that we have that, regional phenomena, I want to track that for a while. How do we want to do this? Hateno, maybe? Maybe Hateno. Yeah, we still got some stuff we want to do here, actually, so let's do that. Mr. Jason says, I was traveling around Death Mountain in your save file in Tears of the Kingdom, and you've marked at least 21 rock Octorok. Nice. Those are the ones that spit out, that can spit out, oh no, I forget. I may be mixing it up with the Breath of the Wild Octorok that do that. Yeah, in fact, I think I am mixing it up. I don't think they do that in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think they polish up weapons. That's not something that can happen. Or if they do, it comes out decayed. Is there... What's the deal with this sign? This feels like the mayor's house. Oh, you're the customer I saw at Ventus Clothing, aren't you? You know, from when they were talking about whether to go through with the mayoral election or not, it's become something of a hassle. They're both so stubborn. Mr. Jason says you did an experiment recently. Mr. Coin, what is that, Mr. Jason? Mr. Shiny says, yes, the weapon fixing system is nice, but it can get quite rocky to use. At least we didn't have to drag out the setup. That's fine. Good one. Mr. Jason says a rock Octorok spat my weakest silver Lionel blade back at me, and it did more damage than a silver Lionel hitting me. Yeah, because you've got the physics engine acting against you, right? I'm pretty sure physics multipliers are a thing in this game. I wish they'd clear the air between them and end this silly quarrel once and for all. I'm glad that Clavia and Sophia had their heads on straight, because I'm with them. I agree. But that's a moot point now. I have something else on my mind. I have to take care of this before the mayoral election starts. What's on your mind? Oh, you don't mind lending me an ear? No, ma'am. I won't mince words. It's about my husband, Reede. That man of mine, he shuts himself up in our shed every night. I don't have the faintest what he's up to. When I ask, he just says it's a secret, and I can't get another peep out of him. I hate the idea of snooping on him, plus I think he'd catch me at it right away. But I get so worried when I think about whether whatever he's doing will affect his chances in the election. I was fit to burst if I couldn't find someone to talk to about this. Good thing you came along. I'd like you to enter our shed at midday when my husband isn't around and see if you can figure out what he's doing. I'll pay you for your troubles, of course. The only problem I can see is that he keeps the place locked up tight. You've never fit in through a window, but maybe you could dig a hole or something? Well, you'll figure it out. Mr. Jason says, I just find it funny that your own weapons are stronger than the strongest enemy in Hyrule. Yeah, that's a pretty striking feature. That's a pretty striking feature of the game that I think is quite remarkable. I think I just doubled over and said the same thing twice. I'm curious if someone's done a deep dive on how exactly all of the damage statistics work. Mr. Shiny says people can get quite unreasonable when politics come to play. Yeah, tell me about it. I think we both know a bit too much about that. Mr. Jason says, I also made a pun. I did, didn't I? A striking feature. It's getting the slow claps. I didn't walk into it. It just happened. It just happened. I was just speaking normally, and the pun just left my lips. I guess, honestly, those are probably the best puns I make, are the ones that I'm not even thinking of. Let's read. Reed's secret. Every evening, Reed shuts himself in the shed shuts himself up in the shed at his house. His wife, Clavia, is getting suspicious of his behavior. She's asked you to go into the shed in the middle of the day while Reed isn't there and look around. The shed is normally locked and can't be entered through the door. Well, I didn't mean to track that, but I guess we can now. Please come back. I've been a good girl. Poor girl. Dang, I was so hoping there was a spare bed to sleep in. It's fine. Let's swap to the Sheikah set, though. We want to be doing this nice and stealthy-like. Mr. Jason says, you were playing a game of Frisbee with friends. You were wondering what was heading your way, but then it hit me. Ah. I get so sorry, guys. Energy's a bit low, and I've got the hot chalky, but that's not really mattering. Eyes feel like they're bulging a bit out of the socket, just a smidge. I'm gonna maybe see if I've got a dry eye problem, so I'm gonna go do that real quick, and hopefully I won't take too long. I'm gonna go ahead and I maybe will be 30 seconds, and I'll be back real soon. Sorry about that. I get the feeling I had the case of dry eye, so I went and just put some saline drops in. I apologize if that took longer than 30 seconds. I just had to get that done and over with. Let's see. Mr. Shiny says Octorok puns are easy to make. It's a matter of spinning some words out. You put a mirror in front of an Octorok once, Mr. Jason goes on to say. It was a spitting image. And then Mr. Shiny says, anyway, I wanted to make a sandwich, but couldn't find any bread. I guess it's loafing around somewhere. All right. That... Oh, my goodness. I mean, it wasn't a stretch. There was no stretching there, so I guess that's fine. Mr. Lucas Soccer asks, what are 3 things that you would like to see in the next Zelda game if they make one? It depends on what kind. But Al Numa, I think, has given a pretty clear indicator that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are the way of the future. So 3 things I want to see from them. Number 1, fewer Koroks. Oh my god. Or if they're gonna have that many Koroks, for the love of everything that is holy and sanctimonious and that is preserving of sanity, fewer Koroks and more standout locations. And also, maybe, just maybe, can we finally get rid of the scatological joke? Can we maybe make that happen? Like, come on. It's a giant poop joke. That's what that whole thing about Korok seeds is. There's an interview done by 3 of the people in the dev team for Breath of the Wild when that game had like run its course. Just absolutely not. They admitted to it being a poop joke. Like at this point, it's turned into manure. That's how stale the joke is. So maybe not Korok seeds anymore. Just something different that also isn't smelly. That's number 1. That's number 1. Number 2, I want to see older Link and older Zelda. Like, I don't mind, the constant blonde-haired, blue-eyed, individuals that we get in the story. I really don't mind that. But for once, I would love it if they actually played around with the idea of Link and Zelda having spent a lot of time already on this Earth, and they hadn't yet had a child to call their own. Because that's usually what happens. It's how the timelines, propagate and move forward, as eventually they settle and have children. Or, Link marries someone else and has children. That's usually what happens. That's usually what's theorized anyway, is what I should say. I would like to see them toy around with the idea of Link being 30, 40, 50, something else. Or, yes, Mr. Shiny has just put up another point here, and that is to say, is having players giving players the ability to choose between a guy or a girl. I think that's fine. Please let it be a dual adventure. But with Link and Zelda, or do it a la Paper Mario, where even let's say they're like, we don't want to make 2 different modes for the game, right? Kind of like Tales of Xillia. The first Tales of Xillia game had a Mila mode and a Jude mode. if you're not going to do that, which I think is a reasonable thing to not to, you know, have a dev not undertake, because that takes a lot of time. There's twice as much script writing. I get it. I get it. Do it a la Paper Mario. Specifically, no, actually, even the first Paper Mario 64 did this, where you swap between Mario and Peach at the ends of chapters, right? Have it be like that. Or, you know, I would say the most idealized version of that would be like Super Paper Mario. Yeah, Super Paper Mario had this, where you swap between characters until they joined you. I think that would be great. But that's just me. So that's point number 2. Point number 3. I would also like to play around with the idea that, especially if it's a sequel, right? Let's say it's Tears of the Kingdom. I'd like to play it. Well, actually, I guess that wouldn't make sense because I know what happens at the end. I know what happens. Unfortunately, that part was kind of spoiled for me. Just due to having to look at articles. What the heck is going on here? Oh, that's a spare button. Okay. So it wouldn't make much sense for Link to keep his Tears of the Kingdom powers, but if there's like a Breath of the Wild prequel, or, you know, many, many, many years in the future, where, you know, some of the same champion powers come back or whatever, I would like it if they played around with the idea of the power fantasy, right? You know, let's have Link be this already powerful character, and not just, oh, I have hearts, right? That get ripped away from you at the after like a minute or two of playtime. Actually toy around with the idea of Link already being a complete version of himself. And you have to figure out new ways to use the same gifts that you already have. You can change them. You can change them mechanically. Do whatever else you have to do to make it unique. But I would like the devs to toy around with the idea of a power fantasy. You know, this is what Link at end of life, or at the end of the expected destiny. This is what he would do. Let's see. Lucas, or let me go back there. I definitely missed some stuff. Mr. Shiny says, I agree. The amount of Korok seeds needs to be cut without any seed of a doubt. That's getting a sure, Jan. That was stretching it a little bit.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, we should be able to play as a Korok. Maybe as a joke mode, that would be fine. But if it's like Hestu's Big Adventure, I think I might pass. Like, let it be some cute minigame mode and not much more than that. Mr. Lucas Soccer says, I personally would wish that Zelda gets to have more time in the game before she goes away. Hard agree. Or have her be a consistent fixture. And I know people are going to say, but what about Echoes of Wisdom? She has her own game. I'm sure Echoes of Wisdom's a great game, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and disparage something I've not even played yet on the grounds of, you know, how good or bad is it? But just based on what I know of spoilers from the story, there are things that don't make sense. And the nice, shiny veneer of whatever story you have that you're presented with wears off in like 15 minutes. And as, you know, Zelda continues to go around and do things, the shiny veneer further wears down as you play through Echoes of Wisdom. So I would like to see something more robust where even if she's not given the spotlight, right, she says more, does more. Like, have her be her own bona fide character for once in the series, in the franchise's future. That's what I would say. Mr. Shiny says, one Zelda game you appreciate in that regard is the Spirit Tracks. Yes, exactly. Where you do, in fact, get to have Zelda as your companion. Yeah, it's... Like, it's not a widely recognized game, right? Not a whole bunch of people enjoy Spirit Tracks, but that is one of the more compelling features about it. I like it a lot. I got a chance to play a little bit of it. It was good what I had the chance to play of it. I wish I could have kept the game. Let's see. Nice pun there, Mr. Jason. And then, Lucas Soccer says another thing you hope for is to not completely leave Hyrule, but add a few extra areas or else change up the map. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say something, and people are gonna call me mad. Crazy. We can even use the map. This area here with the canyon, right? This is Hyrule. Like, anything outside of this canyon, or inside of this canyon, belongs to Hyrule. Where's Labrynna? Where's, like, New Labrynna City or wherever? Give me that location, but in this engine. For those of you that like the Oracle of Ages, like that game, and Holodrum, yes, either or, both would work. Like, spend some amount of time in Hyrule, and then some amount of time in Holodrum or Labrynna. And give me 3D Varen. That's really what I want. She's by far, like, my favorite villain. Like, it's sad that the game was short, but I enjoyed my time in Oracle of Ages a lot. It was a pretty fun game. Mr. Jason says, give me Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Seasons in the Echoes of Wisdom art style and you'll be happy. That would probably be pretty good. The Oracle games done up in the Link of Awakening, or the Link's Awakening / Echoes of Wisdom art style would be... Oh, you meant Oracle of Ages, not Oracle of Seasons. Okay. Yeah, I prefer Ages myself. No, both? Fair enough. Both are great games. Mr. Shiny says the Oracle games, they're so underrated. I agree. They're criminally underrated. Typos today. Ah, it's fine. That's why you correct the record, right? We're gonna wait until noon. No, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. I am going to have to manually run ads this time, since we're going at least half an hour over. But it really shouldn't take that long to do once we're in the swing of things. Anything change on YouTube? No, not particularly. All right. All right, so we were told midday, go up to the mayor's house, specifically the shack, and there should be something in there for us to look at. We're probably going to need to ascend through it. It's probably right here. No entry without permission. Read. Why do I get the feeling there's a cave somewhere and we're meant to kind of like go in through that? Or maybe there's not a chimney. Figure it out, she says. It'll be fun, she says. Yeah, there's definitely a well. I think I just spotted our ticket in. Let's take a quick look then. Yeah, but we figured it out. Just glue two rocks together and pull them out this way. Oh, picture. Get a picture. Get a picture. Coin, get a picture. Replace picture. Okay, now where... I guess if we follow this through, right, we'll have the ability to enter in underneath the shack, probably. Mr. Shiny says the solution might be flying above your head or dwelling below your feet. Yeah, I'll grant that one to you. I definitely figured out it was just beneath the surface. Now the question is... Nice job, Link. Underneath the surface, though it might be, ooh, I guess while we're here, I guess we'll do it like this, sure. I guess I can show you guys the other machine that I've made, finally. I have an excuse to use it. It's not a machine I feel I'm gonna whip out too much, too often. Well, we might as well, you know, build one. I introduce you guys to my mining equipment. Okay, so it's not gonna mine rocks. I think it's just for breaking up sediment. That's fine. Let's see if this works, you know, as I expect it to. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be upset. Really? Come on, Link. Oh, I think the stake is actually causing some problems. That's fine. Oh, we've definitely done more than just scratching the surface. I agree. we definitely have. In an effort to not repeatedly spam the same sound, here comes the slow clap. You can do that. Okay, come on, Link. Straighten this out. This probably was not the best cave to do this in, huh? Like, I definitely feel like we're, I definitely feel like it was a few rocks short of a full box on this one. I see that it's literally right here. I'm also gonna break this up. We don't need it now. There we go. All nice and neat. That idea had a rocky start. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you. Oh, I am definitely sure I need to run an ad break real soon. How far does this... Oh, this is just like a whole cave setup. Okay, I'm getting caught up in wanting to explore. We need to get out of here and do what we came here to do, or we're gonna have a bad time. Notes toward a new variety of pumpkin. Read, I firmly believe that Hateno Village's charm is in the delicious vegetables and milk from our farms, but there's no denying that these things aren't resonating with the youth nowadays, and I've got no business being mayor if I can't fix that. So I got together with Knack, the best farmer in these parts, and we came up with a new type of pumpkin. The color, shape, and appearance are based on the Cece brand aesthetic, which is popular with the young folk. Let me parse that again. We've hit a snag, though. It might be a bit before we can achieve our goal of shipping the pumpkins out. This is, yeah, that's the whole thing. Alright. Alright, let's go talk with the, let's go talk with the wife. I'm sure there will be... I'm sure she'll have something to say. Except I can't find her. You would be Reed now, right? Oh, you're the traveler I saw at Ventus Clothing, right? Did you come to check up on me because you were worried? Yeah, I lost my head a little there. I'm not too proud of the way I behaved. But don't you worry about me. I have a couple of tricks up my sleeve against Cece. You could say he has a knack on farming, Mr. Jason says. That is getting a sure, Jan. Like, that's a pretty cheesy joke. So cheesy, so gooey, but it is good.
Sure, Jan.
It is a good joke. I might not be able to pull one of them off in time for the mayoral election. Like lift elevator puns, it works on many levels. Too true. Too true. So I'm focusing on the second plan, to bring back a taste no one's tried here in years. What sort? Way back when my grandfather worked with someone from the village to create a special kind of food. It was too ahead of its time to catch on, so it never went further than the first trial run, but I never forgot it. Even today, I can still recall the gooey mouthfeel of the one bite my grandfather shared with me. In the back of my mind, I've always wanted to make it a signature staple of this village. If I could accomplish that, then I'd have something that could stand up to Cece. Except, I can't remember who in the village my grandfather worked with or what they created. And now that I think of it, it also had a unique pungent scent. If I could just smell that aroma again, it might jog my memory. But don't worry about my problems. I hope you have a nice, relaxing time in our village. Have you tried the fresh milk they make on the farm up the hill? I never start my morning without a glass. Reed is onto a Gouda idea there. Gooey with a unique aroma. What could it be? With a unique aroma, it's cheese, isn't it? I feel like it's cheese. That we're probably not gonna cut in today's episode. There's a reason I'm resting here until morning, by the way. And that reason is to see if I can't speak to the missus. You smell a quest coming? Says Lucas Soccer. There is definitely a quest indeed. How goes it? Made any progress on that thing we talked about? You say he's developing a new type of pumpkin? So that's why he's been consulting with Knack so often. He could have just asked Cece about it directly, but I know he's too hardworking and stubborn for that. It's a relief to find out the truth. A lot of things make sense now, like why he went to Ventus Clothing. It's so obvious in hindsight. I'm sorry, that's between me and my husband. Thank you for looking into this for me. I promised you a reward, and I keep my promises. Yum! Tomatoes! Lucas Soccer is a spinster in the making. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have I think I'm gonna have a community full of comedians. I really, truly do think that. I'm truly blessed to have an audience that is funnier than I am. So I can focus on being the serious, down-to-earth, much ado about nothing person that people come here to see. I really, truly do think that. And see, we're all building each other up on the jokes that we make. Mr. Shiny says, Reed trying to convince a villager with cheese? What a monster he is. The horror, right? But the way to people's hearts is through their stomach. You gift a human a bunch of food over time, and you talk with them, and you really will, you know, get to know them. If ever you want to woo someone, try food. It's hard. You have to find... I actually know of a person... or knew of a person, I should say, that actually disliked the notion of eating food. They actually straight up said they just order Soylent Green. I had the distinct misfortune of hearing that over voice comms before Discord was a thing. This was quite some time ago. I just could not, as an 18, 19-year-old man... grasp why people didn't like eating food. There's almost always something to like. But I guess if there are foodies like me, right, then, you know, I think it makes sense that there are people that, you know, float in the other direction too. What a pair the two of them make if they would just get along. You learned a few things from the journal found in the shed. Reed is developing a new type of vegetable with neck. He's trying to incorporate elements from the CC clothing line, and his efforts haven't come to anything yet. When you told Clavia about your findings, she was relieved but irked by Reed's stubbornness. What's up, Mr. Jason? Okay, so I think a good way... we're not done yet. We've got about 25 minutes. But I do think a good way to maybe, like, transition out of, you know, dealing with Hateno Village. This might be an ongoing thing. We're actually going to attempt to try and reach one of these sky islands that we definitely, no doubt, thought earlier. In fact, I should probably make a point to put... I should mark these with, like, pins. Mr. Jason says you were shopping the other day. He managed to grab the best block of cheese from the shelf. Oh. Someone didn't like that when my back was turned. They threw the other block at me. I looked at it on the floor and I said, that is not mature. Is this an anecdote? I guess this is a joke, right? That's quite the setup. Oh, I see what the joke is. Yep, that took me too long. That's fine. This is a classic example of Coin didn't get the setup, so he didn't get the joke very much. We're gonna come over here and we're gonna fly onto that island. I need a break from the sunny skies and stormy clouds of Hateno Village. And we've made a lot of progress on the Purah Pad today, actually. So I feel pretty accomplished. I feel like we've stayed on target. You know, we accomplished what the thumbnail indicated. I just, you know, I wish I could have done more. And maybe if I weren't such a chatterbox, I probably could accomplish that. But then, oh man, just, I would definitely not be, you know, I'd be a different type of entertainer then, right? Mr. Jason says, speaking of eating, someone was making fun of me because you liked food and was a little bit overweight. You turned around to them and politely said, please don't do that. I have enough on my plate. Now we're getting into the elaborate setup jokes. Mr. Shiny says, some jokes are like planes. They can just fly above our heads. I feel like we could probably have whole stream sessions of just this with like breaks with more serious discussion in between. Yeah, you two are definitely hamming each other up now. See, it already doesn't take long for that to happen. It really truly does not. And this is definitely we need to do this with actual Zonai parts. 6. And then where's the next one? 7. And then... Oh, I can't even do that with the big batteries? Okay. Really? The big batteries take that much ore? What the heck? Wait, what? 600 zonite. So I'm gonna guess. So each big battery, if you want to use it, takes 100 ore to make. All right. I guess we'll be making a regular old hover bike. And I will be attaching 6 small batteries to it. Because we actually have the ability to do that. The reason I'm going through all this to attach batteries, by the way, is so that we have the ability to make, like, go this actual real distance. Because we're going way high up in the sky. And unlike the big batteries, I think we may no, that's not right. That's not right. Let's see. Your hover bike only takes 9 zonite. Well, that's the standard hover bike model, right? Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Lucas Soccer says, I like how the only death of Link that would have mattered would be the one in the final memory of Breath of the Wild. But every other time he dies, it's just a casual Tuesday in Hyrule. It's still a casual Tuesday. It's just the setup is more grave, right? Because there's more story. Like, it's actually done up right. But I think truly, if, no, that's not set up right. I think if it weren't for that, if it weren't for the story being so rich and developed as it is in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you would have... It probably would just be a casual Tuesday, and no one would think twice. Like, at all. Okay, let's... Did I mark the correct one? I did mark the correct one. Alright. Let's get going. We have no time like the present. No rightward tilt, which is good. But I wonder if we're gonna make that, I wonder if we're gonna make that, particular distance. I guess we had the large zonite charges for such a thing, right? Mr. Shiny says, big batteries are what you call a premium zonite device? Yeah, too true. I guess I should have... that fact should have really dawned on me, right? Because it takes 30 zonite charges, or crystallized charges, in order to even buy one in the first place. I guess I was just thinking about it more from the sense of balancing, right? I was thinking about it more from the sense of, oh, they just want it to be rare. And not, oh, no, we're gonna make this really expensive. By the way, the island I'm flying to already fell onto lookout landing. Really? Is that what it is? Hold on. I guess you're right. Then why is this mark still here? Is that the, would that be the, I'm gesturing with my right hand like that's even useful. Is this like the sensor device that Purah mentioned at the beginning with the lookout towers? Is that what this is? Lucas Soccer says, imagine how annoying it would be if Zonite was actually rare. Ah, okay. Yeah, if Zonite were actually rare, that would be a problem. Mr. Shiny says, the core inside the island is what you're looking for, and that core fell down. Ah, okay, I think I kind of see that. So the island is still here, but if we center the cursor just right... Yeah, okay. So we might be able to fly in underneath then and see the inside. I think that would be really cool. Mr. Jason says the island is still the highest point in the game. Fair. And then as a Brit, you love fish and chips. But there are always fights that happen in your local fish and chip shop. Many fish end up getting battered. I knew when I read that the first time that there was gonna be some kind of setup for a joke. I should still mark that though, because there may actually still be a landmass there. And we have plenty of charges to get there. That's probably the worst part about this, is we've got plenty of charges to do that. But what's the whole goal of this gonna be? What's the whole point of this? Mr. Shiny says, the most British thing that you actually like is playing darts. Is that a British thing? I kind of figured that was just a culture thing. Mr. Jason says, don't forget to place a medallion on that sky island. I will when we get up there. That way we can, you know, fly to wherever we want, really. Yeah, we've got... Oh, that was super close. We very nearly ran out of battery there. That would have been awful. Mr. Jason says from this sky island you could get to most other places. Fair. So I guess this is probably still worthwhile trying to do then. At least for like utilitarian purposes. 2,997. Okay, we're getting close. I want to like turn around so that we can maybe start to get a look at it. This is exciting. I can't wait for it to like actually pop up into view. Okay, we're gonna turn around. Or turn out so we could maybe get a better look at it. Ah, and there it is. Truly riveting gameplay. I know, just, you know, floating up into the sky, and all we see is this thing. Oh my god. Did that literally just happen to me? I should have just jumped off the thing. We get to do that over again. Maybe. Yeah, we get to do that over again. Yuck. For long and upward flights like this, you use a different type of hover bike with the fan on the left and the right of the steering stick. I've seen that. It's like the Goblin bike. It's the Goblin bike setup. Lucas Soccer, before the stream ends, can you please fight the King Gliok? I'm first gonna remark this because I want to get up there. And I guess I should go find where one is. if one's available in the lands we've unlocked, then we'll maybe try to fight one. If we won't find one until the edges of the map, then that's probably gonna have to be a request taken up for later. Let me find one. Let me see where one is. Okay, so based on what I found, supposedly there's one over here. There's one right over here in this exact spot. Heber Mountains have one, yeah. Mr. Jason says, please open your map, Mr. Coin, and you can confirm if one's available. That is correct. Yep. That's why having the object map is so nice. Because if people do lodge requests like that, I can quickly look it up and confirm if that is possible. You can easily get there starting with a hover bike on the Wind Temple. Yeah, I get the feeling that's not going to be too difficult. I just want to get this first. Well, actually, I won't have time to do that is the problem. Well, so what I'm going to do then is I'll get to that island in my off time. That should be pretty easy to do. We're gonna go do this, I think, and try to end off the stream that way. And we need to get a photo of the King Gliok anyway, so might as well end on something truly noteworthy, right? A truly exhilarating experience. And you know, I can farm King Glioks too. Yes, Link, we know. It's cold. It's absolutely cold. Here you go, buddy. Enjoy the open air. All right, we're gonna make a regular wind bike. I don't think we need to worry about that. About putting in a lot of energy. For this part. This should be easy. Now, what I can't tell, my folks bought some mild Italian meatballs. So I'm really curious if they're going to be cooking up spaghetti like I think they are. They're going to be doing something else. Anyway, if fighting against a King Gliok unprepared, you might experience a very cold welcome. Possibly be cooked. Overall, a shocking experience. A 3-in-1 special. Very nice. Very nice. Many, many claps. Now, I don't think... yes, I see the fighting arena. It's literally over there. And it will probably only take us one charge. You know, one large Zonite charge to get. Wait until the last possible second so we can make the large charges stretch out. What's up, Mr. Jason? Each of the three King Gliok Garda sages will. Yeah, that's what I expected. Not like the exact thing they were guarding, but I figured they would probably, you know, guard something worthwhile. How do we want to handle this? Well, first, let's get this all sorted. Imagine if a King Gliok guarded a Korok seed. That would be pretty funny. I think I would probably, you know, lose my collective mind. Okay, I want to be a little bit... I want to try to get in from behind if possible. And we're going to save. Before we enter, just in case it goes wrong. All right, I'm going to read any comments and then I'm going to activate the nice little command. Mr. Shiny says, as for Sage's Will, you recommend starting with Tulin, best avatar to use in combat. I have Tulin on standby as we speak. All right, ready to lock in, everybody? Wish me luck. Thank you, thank you. Oh, okay. They mean business. I'm dead if I take another strike from that. We're whipping out the big boys for this. Nope, wrong one. I don't know how I fell down, but I did. This is probably what, a bomb arrow? Well, I should be eating buff food for this. Where did that come from? Oh, it's because I struck ice fruit. Okay, I'll make sure to do that. Thank you guys for the, like, hints and suggestions. I do keep an eye on those. I'm just trying to concentrate, which is why I don't talk during that. All right, get ready. I want to at least see what the attack is. Oh, you weren't kidding. Oh, it's all three. Real? Oh my goodness. Okay. We're gonna do that again. That's really unfair, actually. You would use eyeball-tipped arrows for that? Good idea. I'm gonna keep this up on the screen because it's by the time we probably are gonna spawn already in the midst of a fight or pretty close. Don't know. Yeah, we're getting right into the thick of it. Oh, I might be able to hide. Yeah, okay, I can hide for a second. Let me go back and catch up on things. Health maxed. Yep. Gets nasty. Really, Mr. Jason says, King Gleok's fight really unfair at 25%. It's why you respect Lionel's. They may be Ganon's minions, but at least they fight with honor. Too true. Lucas Locker says you would use eyeball-tipped arrows. Yep, reacted to that. Mr. Jason says, good idea. That is getting a Shurjan, though. That felt like a bit of a stretch there.
Shurjan.
Mr. Shiny says, make a rocket shield. Good idea. We're going to do that, too. Now that we've seen the attack, I don't want to let them ever use that ever again. I'm going to make... one is probably sufficient. And I'm going to save again. After I have eaten attack food. Because I never want to do that again. You think two for good measure? Alright. If you say so. bit late. Alright. Also, I didn't realize what kind of shelter I was hiding behind. Alright, wish me luck. Got very far. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Come on. Get up there. Too low to the ground. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, just be patient now. Oh, but I'm getting sniped in midair. Alright, I have to keep moving is what's going on. Dang it! I get the Keese eyeballs. That's not gonna work. I mean, the Keese eyeballs work. The problem is I let them fly. That was the real problem. I have no issues with the rest of the fight. It's just actually getting the, yes, and of course we can't even, I don't even get the ability to prep. It's fine. They will have me headshot easily. Yeah, I basically have to get them before they get into the air. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's fine. Do it in combat. Do it in combat. Let's go. I can do this. Yes, of course I can't pull it out here. One will have to do. You have to go now, Mr. Coin. No problem, Mr. Jason. Thank you for hanging out as long as you were able to. And thank you for your continued company. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Although you'll have a whole week before you have to worry about that. And with that, do take care of yourself, my lovely senator. Do stay safe. And with that, goodbye. Let me make sure I've read all of the messages. Right, you guys were discussing elemental fuses. Right, yeah, let them get off the ground along with the Keese eyeballs. Yeah, I guess if they're really that high up, the Keese eyeballs would be the equalizer, right? I should make sure I remember to do that. In the meantime... I guess what we're gonna do real quick. Let's get some extra speed. And now let's get up there. And I apologize for not being a chatterbox during this, but this fight does take a lot out of me. Really? Of course I would have problems. I better grab that, though. Use the eyeballs. Gosh darn it, Coin. Use the eyeballs. Thank you. That should not have been difficult. Nope, just... I'm pushing until I get this. I know I can do it. I just need to be I need to not get spotted by the Gleeok, so I have a second to prepare before fighting. That's what's gotta happen. I need to, like, hide. Right here. Alright. Let's see. Eat the greens. Do I have a great eagle bow? Yeah, that would be helpful. I could go and make one, but then we would have to get up here, and I feel like I can do it. I feel like I can do this. Mr. Jason says, you agree, these battles do tend to drag on. At least these are keeping levity, right? Which I do in fact appreciate. Sort these by fuse attack power. Take out 2 rockets. And then switchback shield, equip the proper bow, equip a good weapon. Alright, we got everything we need. Let's save, not that I think it matters, because this game, really? How did you notice me up there? Run. I don't have time to send through that. Like, I'm already being, you know, followed left and right. Wait. Alright, oh, I'm sorting this by attack power. I need to sort by most used. Mr. Jason says I have a fact about King Gleeoks. They internally have 8,000 HP, but for some reason get a 50% boost when loaded in, so 12,000 HP overall. Oh yeah, make a picture too. Yeah, good idea. My God. Every time. No, delete that. Here, your people are getting underbelly today. Nice. Nope, get around from that. Get behind that. Okay, it's right there between the corner. Okay. And then oh, come on. Yep, this is bad. Give me a second. I heard a knock at my door, guys. Mr. Jason says, to show my dominance over even the King Gleeoks, you rocket shield boosted up to knock it to the ground and then waited for it to stand up just to take a photo of it. Stood up on the ground. There's a reason why, but you won't spoil it. Appreciate that. I need to just eat a... I cannot be caught without energy here. Right there. I'm getting better at this. I'm figuring out optimizations we can make here. Nice. I did make 2 rocket shields, Mr. Jason. Oh, okay. Switch. Wrong one. Quickly. Link. Oh my goodness. Alright. Not this time, you scaly freak. Oh. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. Now you guys can see my pearly mugs. Imagine if the blood moon happened. That would be an awful thing to... That's awful. That's raining water on the parade, man. Let me go back and catch up on this fight. Lucas, or catch up on the comments. Lucas Soccer says to succeed in this fight, you really have to master the elements of battle. Man, you guys are just... You guys are feeding off each other with these jokes. I'm gonna have a whole audience full of spinsters. Or I'm out of luck. Yeah, I thought I would probably be out of luck there. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. What an amazing capstone. Let's go harvest these parts, and then I'm hungry, and I'm gonna go eat dinner. And, you know, let's also grab our reward here at the top. But, at least now I can farm this over the week. Did I see Mr. Shiny's message? I might not have. Meanwhile, we full focus. The King Gleok seems to be just winging it. I'm pretty sure that was the message I was supposed to see. I saw it now. Oh my goodness. What an exhilarating fight. That was fun. That was fun. It took me a few attempts to get it, but we got it. And I couldn't be happier. 1 down and 3 more to go. That's gonna be fun. I bet they're in the 4 quarters too. Mr. Lucas Soccer says, thanks for fighting the King Gliok. You're welcome, Lucas Soccer. Anytime. Oh, there are 4 total. That's right. But there are 3 more remaining. Are there more? There better not be more. Well, actually, I suppose I wouldn't really care if there was more. Guys, I would normally raid out today. Because the engagement has been really good. Yeah, you don't want to spoil a special surprise. Fair enough. Fair enough. You guys have been awesome. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. This has been a wonderful episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We got our Purah Pad mostly upgraded. There are a couple things we need to do, but it's mostly upgraded. We went and did some small activities. And then we capstone things with the King Gliok. I'm happy that we fought it. Next week, when I come back, we're going to finish up the deal with Hateno Village and the picking sides more than anything else. And doing various quests in the meantime, and hopefully finally actually really completing the Mount Lanayru region, so that we can move on to Akala, which we now have to go do because of this whole thing with Terrytown, because I don't want to leave uncompleted regions while we go do other things. That's not how I want to conduct business. My senators and inductees, my name is Coin. Once again, you guys have been awesome. I'll see you guys next week. I do not know when. It may even be Thursday before I come back. It just kind of depends on when my clients come back to the house.
Sleep tight.
Thank you for that, Redeem. Night, everyone. Sleep tight. Rest well. Eat well. Be well. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, whatever have you. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.